Ben, did you hear me? Ah, we're live? Perfect. Thank you so much. All right, at 12:04, I am calling the Finance Committee budget hearings for the second day to order. And I think we need to do a roll call. Director Oster.
Certainly, Madam.
I don't know if maybe we can get somebody to change the, yeah, because that's, thanks. Okay, Director Oster.
Thank you. Councillor Cassett.
Here.
Councillor Lindell. Councillor Rivera.
Here.
Councillor Villarreal.
Present.
Councillor Rivera-Worth.
I am here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Terrific, thank you. Do we have changes to this agenda this afternoon?
No changes, Madam Chair.
Terrific. Is there a motion to approve it?
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the agenda. All those in favor, aye. Anybody opposed? That motion passes. We're on to the chair's opening remarks. This is the second day of our budget hearings. It's the first opportunity we'll have to go through a department budget. We will be looking at the Community Development Department, and I want to welcome both Director Brown and his entire team sitting out here, who I know we'll be hearing from as we go along. And I just, you know, I kind of want to set a tone here. I think these budget hearings are very important. They're a great opportunity for us to hear about the work, the hard work that gets done by the department, by all of the leaders in the department. And so it's an opportunity. I hope we can look at this as an opportunity to understand what you've been doing and understand kind of the direction you're moving and want to move and how this budget will facilitate that. And really, it's a dialogue, and I hope a friendly one as we look to understanding more deeply the budget that's in front of us. So I want to welcome you all here. Thank you for your work, and very much, you know, look forward to what we'll learn and, you know, the conversation that we'll have in the course of the next few hours. So thank you. And with that, I will turn it over to Director Brown. And I'll let you go through this. I think you might have a PowerPoint. Is that correct?
We do have a PowerPoint, Madam Chair, and I just have an opening statement that we'll go through with all of the.
Perfect. So I'll just hand it over to you, and you can, if either Director Brown, if you could introduce your team as it's appropriate, or if somebody's called up to the dais to answer a particular question, if you would introduce yourselves and your title, I think that's helpful. And I think it's also helpful to remember that we're not just talking to the people in this room where you may be known quantities, but you are being live streamed, and people watching may or may not know who you are and what your role is in the city. So I would just ask that even though you know, we all know who you are, it would be helpful to introduce as appropriate the people who will be speaking. So you don't have to do that all right now, but as we roll along. So Director Brown, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. Good afternoon. My name is Rich Brown. I'm the Director of Community Development, and I want to thank you for the time that you are giving us for this combined Community Development FY24 budget for consideration. Community Development is comprised of the following departments: Arts and Culture, Office of Affordable Housing, also Office of Economic Development, Planning and Land Use, and Tourism Santa Fe. There are many other separate divisions within the Planning and Land Use and Tourism departments, but which our directors will talk about as they come up for their review. Next slide, please. Okay. Our mission hasn't changed. We continue to work towards a more integrated and entrepreneurial approach to effective land use, housing availability and affordability, asset development, job creation, business expansion, arts and culture engagement, and economic mobility. While we're not completely at peak post-COVID resiliency, the entire community development portfolio with a recommended FY24 staff capacity of 133 has made a host of major and innovative milestones as follows, which we plan to continue into the next fiscal year. Some are suggested, administering $3 million in housing funding, completed the new hire of Office of Economic Development Director, completed a broadband franchise with Vexus Fiber, launched a federal ARPA grant work-based learning program in collaboration with the Santa Fe Public Schools, created a strategic action plan for the Film Council, obtained approval of both the Midtown Master Plan and the Community Development Plan to move forward with redevelopment on that parcel. We secured a long-term lease agreement at Market Station for a local high-growth bioscience company, and we've secured 2 major productions at Garson Studios extending into 2024. Additionally, we have completed 2 LEADA grants for local growth businesses and launched the Code Read Write, which we just recently had an open house. Those are some of the major achievements we've accomplished in FY23, and I'm very proud of the work my department leaders and line staff have done, and look forward as we pivot to a more face-to-face engagement with our community and monitor the macroeconomic trends that will affect the projects and initiatives we plan to implement in the coming year. Some of these include, and my directors will go a little bit deeper into it, a recruitment of a new arts and culture director, a creation and completion of an economic development strategic action plan, creation and completion of an arts commission strategic action plan, attain full capacity of our large departments, and on the Midtown parcel development front, commence on the spine and engineering of the infrastructure, complete the disposition plans of our legacy buildings, launch our first mixed-use affordable housing development RFPs, pursue a long-term development MRA district resolution for consideration in front of this governing body, and work with the mayor's office and all cross-department partners on a Just City neighborhood stabilization plan for Hopewell Man in the Census Tract. As we continue this presentation, each department director will speak about their budget recommendations for the next fiscal year. And we are prepared to answer your questions from that. I thank you for your consideration. And with that, I'd like to invite my first department director, Director Alexandra Ladd of the Office of Affordable Housing, to speak to her department. Next slide, please.
Good afternoon, members of the Finance Committee. I am Alexandra Ladd. I'm the director of the city's Office of Affordable Housing, a position I have been filling since 2012. So I've been through a few of these budget cycles and appreciate, of course, the council's very consistent and committed support to affordable housing. I wanted to just quickly tell our story. The Office of Affordable Housing, we're small. There are just a few of us, but we do a huge amount of work. And I think we may be one of the most misunderstood divisions in the city because the public thinks we're the housing authority, but we do not provide services or manage any housing units directly. So we have to tell people that over and over and over again. And then I think sort of within the city, it just feels a little vague that nobody's really quite sure what we're doing. I think all of you, because you sit on this committee in particular, but you're quite familiar with our contracting. So we spend a lot of our year administering funds to support housing projects and programming throughout our community. And as you see in our mission statement, we cover all of needs of the housing spectrum. We provide support for programs that help people experiencing homelessness. We provide assistance for people who need help paying rents or to stay in a stable housing situation. We also are able to use our federal grant for some public services. We help with financing for home buyers to buy homes, and we also help homeowners who need to make repairs to their homes. So that's kind of the spectrum of housing need there. We have 2 main funding sources that are provided to the community through our office. One is the Community Development Block Grant, which is a federal funding grant that we get as an entitlement directly from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. So that means it's entitled to us. We get it every year. We never quite know what the actual amount's going to be every year, but it's usually somewhere just north of 600,000. 20% of that is used for our administrative costs. Sounds like a lot until you meet HUD, and then you realize that we spend an amazing amount of time planning for the use of those funds, reporting on the use of those funds, entering all sorts of data into the HUD database, and spending a whole lot of time complying with all of the other federal regulations that go along with that grant. The second source of funding is the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and this is the fund that is formerly was funded through development revenues, which are always kind of hard to predict. And so some years we wouldn't have any funds to give away. And then 4 years ago, the council decided to commit some general funds to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and that has made a giant difference. And part of what makes such a big difference is that these funds, we require that they're leveraged so that every dollar of Affordable Housing Trust Funds results in at least $3 of additional funds being invested from a private resource. And generally that ratio is higher. So we know down payment assistance, it's closer to $14 to 1. New construction, so either subsidizing a tax credit property or infrastructure for new home ownership housing, that's much closer to $10 to 1 leveraging ratio. The one activity that doesn't tend to generate more than 3 is rental assistance because of the folks that we are helping who are generally very low income renters. So with that said, I wanted to just quickly introduce my team. Cody Minnick is here with me today. And Cody is our project manager. So he handles our entire funding process, all the way from designing the application to making sure it's advertised, getting it out there. He's our main staff liaison with the Community Development Commission, which is the committee that makes our funding recommendations and provides other guidance on other housing policy issues. Cody's also responsible for all of the reporting to HUD. Bless his heart. It's a lot of work, but he's doing a great job. And then Cody and I are both supported by 2 amazing women who have both worked for the city for a little bit. Roberta Katanak is our contracts administrator, and she cranks out more contracts. The other thing she does that you all wouldn't ever see is that she sets up the affordability liens for everyone who buys a price-restricted home through the Santa Fe Homes program, our inclusionary zoning program. She sets up a lien that the city holds to capture the difference in the market value and the subsidized sales price. So we are cranking out agreements and contracts like nobody's business. And Roberta is amazing, just incredible. I can't sing her praises. And our other staff person is Toniette Candelaria Martinez. Tony is responsible. She's our data guru. She does all of our reporting for us. She gets all of our subrecipients to report their accomplishments every quarter. She enters it all into the HUD database. She keeps track of all of the use of all the local funds. She's kind of the lead on the year-end monitoring. So when we go to monitor the projects to make sure that they're doing what they said they were going to do, what they said they were going to do in their application, she's kind of helping with all the paperwork and making sure that the numbers match up and that everything's entered in to the system. And so, I couldn't do any of this without this team. We have 1 vacant position. We have a planner position. So if anyone knows a nice young planner who's ready for a job with the city of Santa Fe, please send them my way. And this position helps with the inclusionary zoning program, the Santa Fe Homes program. We interface with developers when they come into land use to start their application process for a development project. Triggers the inclusionary zoning requirements. So we work closely with the developers and closely with land use staff to make sure that that requirement is met through the entitlement process. And with that, next slide. What else can I say?
I think that's good. What do you have in your budget?
Yeah, my budget is a flat budget. So it does not have any new activities in it. Last year's budget looked so much bigger because we had some Rescue Act funds that were coming through this year. And we also had some extra money in there for professional services because we're in the process of updating our 2, I should have mentioned that. HUD requires us to do a huge plan every 5 years. You're about to see it through through the council. And we were also updating our 5-year strategic plan, which is required under the New Mexico Affordable Housing Act. So we have had some extra contracting work this year, but everything else is remaining flat. And I think in that slide, it talks briefly about it, but I'm lucky I don't have facilities to have to budget for and all sorts of other complicated things that my colleagues do. So I'm appreciative of that. Oh. So, yeah, so I think if you look at the highlight slide, I think there are a couple of things that jump out. One is that we are truly meeting needs across the whole spectrum of housing needs. So we're not just focused on home ownership. We're not just focused on homeless people. We're focused on providing support throughout the spectrum of need. But then you can also see some of those numbers are pretty big. Like we are really able to do a lot with not very much. And part of that's because of our requirement that projects are able to leverage other funds. So we're not doing any kind of seed funding. We're not the only funder for anything. But we also, and I just want to call out, we have an amazing network of nonprofit partners in this community. And they, without them, we couldn't be as effective. We couldn't be nimble. We couldn't be responsive to emerging needs. So it's really an amazing, amazing group of providers. And I feel very grateful that I get to work with them. I will just call out the Santa Fe Homes program. So that's the inclusionary zoning program. 29 income qualified home buyers bought new homes. We kept 6 homes affordable through resale. 110 new apartments were leased up to income qualified tenants. And then we know that we've got about 140 affordable homes in the pipeline for future construction. So what's reflected in the budget, we will be entering into about $500,000 of CDBG contracts, and all of our HUD plans and reports will be submitted. And then we will administer the $3 million of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. We're also hoping to really move forward a couple more land donations for affordable housing. Preferably on land we don't owe money on, because that makes it more worth it. And the other big project that's coming down the pipeline will be the construction of the Paseo Del Sol Road in Tierra Contenta, which will open up phase 3 for development. And there's lots of really exciting land use and zoning and urban design and sustainability and high rates of affordability proposed for that phase. So that should be really exciting. And I believe that's about it. I'll stand for questions. I'll sit for questions.
So this is how we're going to handle questions. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 budgets to get through. We have 4 hours. I have my trusty little timer here, and I think what I'm going to do is limit questions to 5 minutes per counselor. If we have to go back through because there are more, we can do that. But I do want to, keep us moving along here. So that's how we're going to do this. So questions from the committee. Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple questions, Director Ladd. What will your department or your staff, how will they be responsible for overseeing the completion of Paseo del Sol in Tierra Contenta?
Councilor Rivera, that's a great question. The city is not responsible for development in Tierra Contenta because the city technically sold the land to a nonprofit development entity, which is the Tierra Contenta Corporation. So right now, Tierra Contenta Corporation owns the mortgage. Historically, they had staff, they had engineers, and they had real estate people on staff. So they would be the ones to oversee the development. So the Tierra Contenta Corporation will have to partner up with a master developer. And so all of that construction activity will happen externally to the city.
But ultimately, you'll be overseeing the project?
Councilor Rivera, the city oversees adherence to the master plan. So they've submitted an amendment to their master plan. So any development activity has to follow that master plan. So, you know, at the point of getting the road design approved through land use, the city will be checking to make sure it's following the route that it's supposed to, or that the design elements are meeting what the master plan says they need to, that kind of thing. And then, of course, it gets much more granular as the subdivisions start getting permitted. The city is, of course, the regulator for those. What the higher level part of the city's oversight is that every time land is sold, TR Contenta Corporation pays the city back. And so at that point, the city is saying, hey, did you achieve your affordability goals? Where are you on that? And making sure all the other conditions in the mortgage and deed of trust are being met.
When you say overseeing it, the city oversees it. Who are you talking about?
Well, it's been so long since we've collected a payment because there's been no land sales, but it's usually been between the finance department getting the payment and then double checking like, hey, is everything good to go? And then historically, the TR Contenta Corporation would submit an affordability report. And so then the city would say, yes. And I think we would even look at, not even really, again, like we'll have to reteach ourselves how to do it, but it's always a cross-department collaboration.
Madam Chair, if I could, for Councilor Rivera, just got a note from Director Wheeler. She also in Public Works is very involved. They have the funding and they're in the process right now. So she said, if you want to learn a lot more, go deeper, she'd be more than happy to talk about it. Public Works.
Yeah, just curious why it was under Director Ladd's purview to kind of oversee that. So just trying to figure that out.
Yeah, Councilor Rivera, I'm thank you for clarifying that. I should say the affordability piece is under my purview. The design of the road is in Public Works, and any other public funds that come through the city to support the road construction will go through Public Works.
Yeah. And I think you addressed this in your presentation, but contractuals and utilities, you're going from really 12 million to 4 million. So it's an $8 million difference. I assume that's federal funding, federal grant funding.
Councilor Rivera, we had a lot of ARPA funds. I think we had some remaining CARES Act funds. And we also had some funds that we were going to use for another land purchase that were put into our budget. And I know there was another one, and I'm sorry, I should have had them better line itemed for you, but yeah, it was all one-time funding.
So is there carryover in this budget that we're looking at now?
Councilor Rivera, there should not be a carryover. We should be fully committing. Well, we've committed those funds, of course. We should be fully releasing all of them by the end of the year. The big one that we still have is the lamplighter acquisition.
All right. So maybe Director Oster, we talked about a flat budget. So the proposed budget for this fiscal year is 5.4 million. Mid-year budget, I assume, had a lot of the ARPA funds, which shows the 16. So the previous 2 years were 6 million and 3 million. So where does the flat part come out, since it really doesn't meet any of those?
Madam Chair and Councilor Rivera, so when we talk about a flat budget, as the city manager mentioned during yesterday's hearing, we were trying to set expectations at the department level for what type of growth opportunities or, what level of funding we thought we would be able to provide for here in FY23. And as we mentioned, there was a lot of growth in the current fiscal year's budget. And then in this case with affordable housing, you have the federal funding coming in and affecting the mid-year budget. So I think, I would say that the level of expenditures excluding one-time federal awards is consistent with the previous year. And I'm just looking to Director Ladd. I want to make sure. So I think essentially what we were saying with the direction to provide a flat budget when we were looking at the operating budget piece of it is maintain a consistent level of expenditures between FY23 and 24. But that doesn't include the federal award funding. Let me see, Budget Officer Hopkins is up here. Andy, do you have anything you want to add to that?
No, that's a pretty good synopsis. Generally, when we're talking about a flat budget, we're talking about a budget, a baseline budget that doesn't include one-time expenses. It doesn't include carry forward. As noted yesterday, and in response to the earlier question, none of these budgets pretty much anywhere include any carry forward because the fiscal year is not over yet. So we do not know how much will be available to carry forward into next year until the year is closed. So rather than take a guess at it and, maybe miss it by a mile or a millimeter, we do those carry forwards as normal in the first quarter. But yes, when we're talking about a flat budget, we're talking about the normal baseline of operations, not including like one-time initiatives funded from GRT, not including carry forward of grants, things like that. We do include some grant funding in here because there are some grants like, for example, the CDBG grant, the State Fire Fund grant in the fire department, where we have a pretty consistent, or the seniors grants are a great example too, where we have a pretty good idea from the grantor agency what those expenses are going to be. And those grant funding, that grant funding is providing a significant portion of the department's day-to-day operations. Whereas one-time grants or grant carry forwards, we tend to put in after the fiscal year begins because we may not know what the final award amount is left, or we may not know how much is available to carry forward in the next fiscal year. So it's a case-by-case decision, but generally the only grants you'll see in here are the grants that are received every year as part of normal department operations. And that's really what I want to stress here is when we say it's a flat budget, we're talking about the normal baseline of operations, not one-time initiatives or things like that.
Yeah, thanks for that. So moving forward through the rest of the budget and the rest of the sessions, any department that received significant amounts of ARPA funds or grant funding from the state for whatever with regards to COVID or anything else, there's going to be that discrepancy between the mid-year and the budget proposed.
Madam Chair, Councilor Rivera, that's correct. Again, the only grants you'll be seeing in this are the normal baseline operations.
Councilor Rivera, I'm going to move on and we'll come back if you have some more questions and they don't get answered by other councilors. Councilor Lindell, I believe you wanted to.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome. Thank you for giving us such a nice oversight and introducing your staff and reminding us that the HUD paperwork is like creating a paper egg every year. You have one position, Ms. Ladd, for a planner. How long has that been vacant? And has it been advertised? How many times has it been advertised? And how long has it been advertised?
Councilor Lindell, thank you for that question. The person in the position left in early January. We advertised and we got all of one applicant. So we decided to re-advertise. It's actually on my to-do list to get it redone this week, to get it re-entered this week.
Okay, do you see a specific barrier to us getting the right person for that position? I think that it's really important that you get that position because I know that we need it.
Councilor Lindell, I think it's hard to find planners right now in general. I was on one of the interview committees for one of the land use positions, and it's a pretty tight market. So I think that's true in a lot of different markets as well. So we'll try again. I mean, one strategy is you make it a planner position instead of a senior planner position, and then it opens up more eligibility. So that's a strategy that I might.
That's a
may
good
follow.
idea.
Yeah.
So there's a paucity of planners.
Counselor Lindell, that's the word on the street. This is my only experience trying to recruit somebody.
Well, I've heard the streets don't lie, so. I really hope that we can get somebody, and I'm hoping that the reason that we're paying enough to get someone, it's important. And I just appreciate so much the work that you do and how you explain very, very, very complicated policy to us on a consistent basis. It's hard sometimes for the council to understand, and it's even harder for the public to understand how complicated affordable housing is. So I'm very appreciative to you and everyone that works with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions, Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director Ladd, and to your team. I'm fortunate to be able to serve on the Community Development Commission as a chair, and we have a good crew on that. And I think it is complicated, so it's good for community members to be able to understand affordable housing in that realm and the funding sources and what it's covering and what it can't cover. And there's all these really challenging restrictions. So I appreciate you being patient with us every year, trying to describe what that means. I also was concerned about the vacancy, and I was curious. It wasn't that we didn't, the process to get somebody in there, it wasn't the process, right? It was just the number of applications, or?
Councilor Villarreal, I think a lot of it was the timing as well. So now we're getting to the graduation from planning school time of year.
That I was thinking about.
So hopefully this will, we'll be able to get it on the radar of more folks.
Right. As graduates of the CRP program,
Yes.
myself and Alex, there are folks I know that are interested in working in the planning realm. And so hopefully we'll be able to entice them to come to Santa Fe, or if they live here, to be able to work with us. Is there a pay issue, do you think, in terms of competitiveness?
Councilor Villarreal, I don't think so, but I don't do enough hiring to be able to kind of give you a global viewpoint on that. That might be a great question for Jason and his team. Typically we've paid pretty well compared to the county and or the state, but yeah, I think there's a little fairy dust sprinkled into recruiting people, I think.
Right. Thank you. Well, I hope we can fill that position. The other question I had, but it was in the packet. It was in the booklet, but it wasn't about, it wasn't highlighted in your section, but the Eviction Prevention Fund. I think that is in your realm, correct? And go ahead.
Councilor Villarreal, it is, my office was going to partially fund that.
So who oversees the eviction prevention program? Is it really a program?
It is not really a program yet.
Okay. Who would that be then?
Councilor Villarreal, the city attorney's office had done the original solicitation looking for legal services. And it was the context has changed a little bit because at that point in time, we were looking at all of the moratoria ending and just wanting to make sure that we had the right kind of legal advice for that. Legal aid was chosen as the provider. We had some kind of strange bureaucratic back and forth, and they finally said, well, we're just doing it anyway, so tell people to call us. And so we need to pick that up again for sure. But I believe at the time we had 3 departments contributing to that. So it was the city attorney's office, constituent services and my office.
So that last year, I think it was 100,000 that we allocated. Was that spent down? Or is this what was put in the booklet is the, I don't know, I don't want to use that word, but carryover from fiscal year 23? Because it was 100,000. So I'm just trying to figure out, I don't know who can answer that question, but in our booklet, it makes it sound like it's new funds, which is great. I'm supportive of that. I just wanted to understand what happened from the last fund and if it got spent down.
Councilor Villarreal, to my knowledge, we didn't spend any money.
Madam Chair, Councilor Villarreal, I'm going to see if Mr. Hopkins could answer that question if possible.
Can you pause my time while he walks down here? Just kidding.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch all of your.
Oh, I was just curious about the eviction prevention program. In the booklet, it talks about 100,000 K, which is great. But we allocated that last fiscal year, and Director Ladd just indicated it wasn't utilized. So then is that becoming the carryover that we're talking about, the 100K?
In this case, Madam Chair, Councilor Villarreal, you could call this a carry forward. I mean, it's not technically a carry forward, but it's a rebudgeting of something that wasn't really spent. So, you know, potato.
Yeah, it's such an important piece, and I think any way we can make it work would be helpful. And Director Ladd, if there's something we can do even within the, I don't know. I guess we could talk about it, but the allocations that we make and recommendations that come from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is something like this. No. Okay. Just wondering if we could utilize this in that pot of money, if this went into that pot, because there's these restrictions that nobody understands. It's hard to figure out, but you're saying that that's not the case. We couldn't use eviction prevention funds in our grant making process.
Councilor Villarreal, they would be considered services.
Okay.
Not eligible under Affordable Housing Trust Fund or Affordable Housing Act.
Okay. So I just want us to, I'm glad to see it on here. I don't know where it lives. It's not on your highlight or not in your department. What is it? Goals for fiscal year of 24. So I just want to make sure that somebody moves that forward. And
Madam Chair, Councilor Villarreal, if I'm not mistaken, that is actually in the Community Services Department, which will be covered next week.
Community Services is now covering eviction prevention?
They received that allocation, yes.
Okay. That's good to know.
There are some, you know, it's the borders are a little bit nebulous sometimes. There are some things related to homelessness, assistance for disadvantaged persons in the city that fall under the community services rubric. There are some that fall under the affordable housing rubric. It's really I think from what I've seen, I think it's really a product of who is the most experienced in this kind of area. So there are some aspects of these areas that Alex Ladd and her team are very experienced with. There are some aspects of these issues that Julie over in Youth and Families is more experienced with. And I believe the eviction prevention would fall under that.
Okay, I'll follow up with them on that to get a better idea of how that's going to be facilitated.
Councilwoman, we need to move on if that's okay. Can I go to Councilor
Can I
Cassett?
just
Come back.
ask about the new monies? If it's new monies, 3.8 million. Is that a new fund? Is that new funding going into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund?
Councilor Villarreal, I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
The 3.8 million to fund housing assistance, is that new monies for this fiscal year
Correct.
that will go into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund? Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilor Cassett.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And thank you so much, Alexandra, for being here and again, for all your work in this really crucial issue in our community. I imagine this will be a common theme throughout all the budget hearings, but again, that staffing piece, I know that is crucial for you all being able to do your work. I'm curious about where and how we recruit and how particularly are you recruiting this position? You mentioned that there's going to be, graduations coming up. And so are there particular strategies that we're not utilizing that helps get us a wider applicant pool that we need to be looking at?
Counselor Cassett, I'm probably going to defer that question. Just on a personal level, I don't have a whole lot of time to spend trying to figure out a really great recruiting strategy. So I tend to send the announcements out to my network. I send them to the people I know at UNM through the New Mexico Planning Association listserv. But beyond that, like I don't have a great, robust, awesome HR approved recruiting
So
tool.
put a pin in that question until I get to HR. Or
Madam Chair, Councilor Cassett, I want to just add, over the last 6 weeks, I've been working with the HR department, and they actually have a LinkedIn page for the city of Santa Fe. And we've been listing all of the open recruitments. Many who have lots of LinkedIn contacts, we've been promoting it through this LinkedIn community and sort of sending some stats through. I just helped Regina with her transit director, and we have some things on land use that are there too. So that's just a new open space. They're sort of leveraging technology. There's another, it's not Glassdoor, I forgot, it's not Monster. There's one more that the HR department uses. And it's just been recently that they've moved beyond just an ad in the paper or something online. So we're now using these social tools that are been helpful. Additionally, our economic development newsletter goes out to 6,000 plus people. And we also have a special point in there of who's hiring. And we add that to our who's hiring list. So those are other areas that we look for when we look to recruit now.
Wonderful. Thank you. And again, I'll bring this up with HR, but I was really thinking about, I know that a lot of professional organizations have job boards. And if we are really utilizing those, especially for these positions where there is, a paucity of planners in New Mexico. And so how are we getting the word out, knowing that Santa Fe is a very desirable place for people to live, while your department knows better than any, perhaps that it can be a challenging place for people to move to due to our cost of housing and the cost of living here. But something just to think about, that I know that the directors of the different departments would probably have really good knowledge of what are some of those professional networks that should be utilized so we can really be getting these jobs out there and seeing who we can attract. I think this is also probably a pin for Public Works, but is the infrastructure for TC Phase 3 fully funded at this point?
Counselor Cassett, it is not fully funded.
Okay. I'm sure that's a Regina question. Further conversation?
Counselor Cassett, I don't believe that the city would ever be able to fully fund it. The total cost is somewhere around 20 million.
Right.
But it is a good Regina question to figure out what portion of that can be funded. So that there is the need for that private development partner.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you. And then last, I was really excited to see this piece about city-owned land that we potentially can be putting out for donation, for RFP, to be getting some of these affordable housing projects. I was wondering if you might be able to tell me a little bit more about what that's going to look like this year. What can we be expecting? I imagine it's a collaboration between your department as well as economic development and asset management. But any more information on what that's going to be looking like? I'm eager for that to occur.
Counselor Cassett, one big step forward is we are hiring a consultant to do a feasibility study, because part of what we would figure out is we would look at a site and one person would know something about it, someone else would know something about it. There'd be conflicting paperwork on, is there a deed restriction that it can only be a park forever? So we kind of, it sounds so easy. The city owns it, donate it, but it's of course, like everything, complicated. And then you're like, oh, is this going to create a traffic issue? Oh, now we have to look at, so we're going to have a feasibility study that's going to just pick the low hanging fruit for us. Like these parcels are good to go and don't have a whole lot of technical issues that need to get worked out. And then we'll proceed from there. So we should have movement on that much sooner than we did this year.
Wonderful. And is that consultant, have you put out that I imagine it's an RFP for that, or if it's low enough, hiring somebody, or is that going to be starting in FY 24?
Yeah. That has been RFP.
Yeah. Yeah, it was an RFP.
Okay,
Madam Chair, Council Cassidy, I just want to add on that we have identified the sites. We think there are about 12. And we're looking at the sites, plus, as you know, with the approved Las Estrellas master plan, we're looking at that as another area. But as Director Ladd said, the sites need to be entitled. There's lots going on with them. And so this feasibility study will help us accelerate that process.
wonderful. Thank you. Really looking forward to that. And thank you again so much for your work and for being here. Sure.
Thank you. Okay. I also want to say I'm very excited about that same piece. I think we were looking at city-owned property that we could utilize in affordable housing. And then the pandemic hit, and I feel like it got lost. And so happy to see that we're getting to a level of normalcy that we can start to look into that again, because I do think it's an important opportunity for us to help jumpstart and meet the need that we know we have. So I just want to highlight that as well. All right. I'd like to move on unless Councilor Rivera, you have another question. Are you eating Cheetos or carrots over there?
Carrots.
They look like Cheetos.
Sorry. Carrots. I wish they were Cheetos. Just quickly, the planning position is currently in your budget. You just need to fill it.
That's right.
Okay. And then Councilwoman Villarreal asked about the 100,000 for eviction prevention, and you said none of that had been spent.
That's correct, Counselor. We just couldn't quite get the project off the ground.
All right, and then on page 11, so it's asking for $1 million for eviction prevention services. So if we haven't spent any of the 100,000, why would we be jumping to $1 million?
Counselor Rivera, I think what I'll say just generally, but I don't. Whose budget is that?
Sorry, 11 of the budget book, third bullet on the helping those who need the most help.
Madam Chair and Councilor Rivera, I believe that's the amount in the community health and safety budget, which I believe is being used for a different program.
Well, it says eviction prevention services. So which department would that lie within?
Madam Chair and Councilor Rivera, community health and safety.
I think we were told earlier it was community services. Is that part of?
Community services is a subcategory of community health and safety.
Okay.
And Councilor Rivera, if I could just clarify too, the eviction prevention services for the 100,000, that was much more focused on legal services. So for somebody facing eviction, providing resources so that they could work their way through the legal system, which is why it originated with the city attorney's office. I believe this funding is more along the lines of what goes into the Connect Fund. So for people who are about to lose their housing, need help paying rent right away, or need other navigation help to make sure that they can get to the right resources. And that's kind of why those two numbers look so different. But I would also say, like, when you have a new program, there's a lot of time. It takes a lot just to kind of figure out what resources you need and what needs to be designed and who needs to be at the table and how to make it functional.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we've already figured all that out now that we're asking for $1 million. So thank you, Director Ladd. Thank you.
Okay. Well, another quick
Just
couple.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just the piece on the hiring of the consultant for a feasibility study. Is that going to happen first before we put out the RFP for Las Estrellas 6A tract?
Madam Chair, Councilor Villarreal, that is correct. We will put that up. We've been working through it. We just sent out an RFP, so we're now on the back end of selecting the vendor for approval and then moving forward.
But that consultant will be looking at 12 different sites.
About 12. they're tiny, middle, large, but there's about 12 sites that we've
I just don't want a consultant. I'm glad that we have somebody doing that feasibility, but since we've approved the Las Estrellas track to move forward, for an affordable housing, whether it's the analysis piece or what needs to happen first before the RFP goes out, I want to make sure that that doesn't get delayed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Councilor Vieira, that was one of the reasons why it delayed a little bit in the feasibility, because when we got our first responses back, we had put 6A in there and it just was, we couldn't afford it. So we had to separate them out. So they'll be separate, 1, 2, the tracts of land, and then we have 6A. We'll go through an RFQ. What's it say?
RFQ.
Yeah. 6A. Yeah, RFQ.
RFQ for the track A, and then the RFP is for the consultant.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is that happening parallel?
It'll be to 1, 2. So probably in the next month and a half, we will be moving forward with the feasibility for our, what we call the scattered sites. And then in the new fiscal year, we'll be ready to go. We'll have funding then. We'll be ready to go with the feasibility for
Got it.
6A.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we need to move on. I'll just note for the committee that on page 53 of the community services budget in your budget books is the 1 million for eviction prevention services. Just so you all know where it's living. I believe we're moving on. Thank you, Director Ladd, for being here. Really appreciate it. And I think, are we going on to arts and culture? Is that where we're going next?
Madam Chair, and next up is our interim Arts and Cultural Director, Rob Bland. And if you could push the next slide for me, please.
Madam Chair, we are having some connection issues, so
Okay.
we'll get that PowerPoint up for you in just a moment.
Madam Chair, we can do a quick introduction while they're doing the technical. And then
That'd be great. Let's maximize the use of our time here. Sorry to be the person cracking the whip, but that's my job.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Rod Lambert, pardon me, and I'm the interim director for the Arts and Culture Department. I'm here with my right-hand person, Armenia Tapia. She's helped us get through a lot of all of our numbers and a lot of our payments and all of our managing contracts. So she's an amazing asset to this team. Thank you for your time today. In continued pursuit of our department mission to develop and promote artistic excellence in the community, our budget intentions are to further expand access to arts and culture to the widest possible audience in our community. Our belief is that the arts and culture opportunities are a primary function of our creative economy and contribute to the vibrancy that makes Santa Fe unique. As a result of the pandemic, Santa Fe's creative class suffered, and their significant role in the richness of our community was compromised, making them vulnerable. As we recover, the Arts and Culture Department remains dedicated to our interest in promoting, enriching, and supporting all expressions of our culture, whether it be music, dance, language, history, visual arts, or culinary delights. Most importantly, though, we are committed to expanding access to our visitors and residents alike, supporting programming in and for all 4 districts at every socioeconomic level. Next slide, please. We are 100% funded by lodger's tax, and our current budget reflects a flat budget from last year. The values that I expressed just now are also expressed in our budget, providing for the support of popular local annual events like Summer Bandstand and New Year's Eve, as well as sponsorships, support for local youth arts educational programs. Educational support citywide in our public schools and on Santa Fe South Side comes in partnership and coordination with Earth Care, Little Globe, and Partners in Education. These programs specifically target our local youth and offer them access to arts and culture, both the creation and the enjoyment of it. Next slide, please. Some of our highlights from the past year include the successful installation of over 9 distinct public artworks throughout the community, including Southside Library, the Municipal Recreation Complex, the Salvador Perez Pool Facility, Water Street Restrooms, and the Genevieve Chavez Community Center. This initiative physically represents the department's dedication to promoting accessibility to art and culture throughout the city for visitors and residents alike. Another is in the interest of promoting our rare local cultural ambassadors. and to market Santa Fe as an arts and cultural destination for visitors, we developed a digital media campaign featuring the testimonials of 8 local celebrities describing what makes Santa Fe special to them. These 30-second snippets are being promoted online at www.santafe.org/famous/ and are currently being broadcast at Albuquerque Sunport. Next slide, please. Our highlights for our programming for the upcoming fiscal year are a continued revival of the Monathon, which was an annual fundraising event held at the College of Santa Fe from 1985 to 2001. And it serves to build community by offering over 100 printing sessions in 6 local studios throughout Santa Fe through sponsorships and self-support. The impacts on the creative economy over this single print week will be substantial, resulting in over $30,000 of printing fees distributed to local creative businesses and half of all realized sales supporting Artworks, a nonprofit youth arts education program. Also, in collaboration with New Mexico Arts, our sister arts and cultural organization at the state level, we're working with Alas de Agua to create and install artwork in the soon-to-be opened Southside Teen Center. Alas de Agua is a champion of our mission to reach everyone in the community, and their engagement in the production of the artwork involves dynamic workshops with younger members of our community from El Camino Real Academy, Capitol High School, Nava Elementary, Monte del Sol, and workshops at the Southside Library. Any questions?
Okay, we'll go to questions from the committee. Again, we're going to stick with 5 minutes and we'll go through each of us and then we'll see where we are. Who'd like to start? Councilor Lindell?
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for being here today. Just have a few comments, probably more than direct questions. In the budget, there's a 3 vacancies. Of course, one of them is the director. What are the other 2, please?
One is the community gallery manager position, and the other is a project specialist position.
Are those positions that have been filled in the past?
Those positions were filled, and we were actually looking to fill them pre-pandemic, but lodger's tax was heavily hit during the pandemic. And so in order to be sustainable and be cautious about hiring, we ended up kind of taking over those positions and doing double duty until the proper budget allowed. And so we are currently actually, both of those job descriptions were in HR, kind of simultaneous with the beginning of budget session. So we have been put on pause until after the budget session is over.
So are they on pause now?
Councilor Lindell, yes.
Madam Chair, Councilor Lindell, just if I could add, I'm actually also putting on pause because I want to hire a new arts and culture director and allow that person to be in charge of that hiring process.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. That was my suggestion. So exactly my next sentence. Thank you. What's the Creative Cities Project?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lindell, UNESCO Creative Cities, the city of Santa Fe is actually a member of that network, and it is we are a city of folk art and craft. We joined, I think we were the first the first city that joined in the folk art and craft category. When I first started with the city in 2007, they had the International UNESCO Creative Cities Conference in the Convention Center, and we've been a participant in that network for years, doing both artist residencies and doing cultural exchanges with them. We recently did a cultural exchange with fiber arts and culture artists on our side and their side in Cuba, and they exchanged fiber arts pieces and embroidered and cultured on both of them. And there is a pending exhibit, kind of a little small installation exhibit planned in the gallery for June.
Thank you. Another item on here is 17,500 to support the summer bandstand and the New Year's Eve events. That seems like a very small amount of money to support 2 events that are very, very sizable. They run over. Certainly the bandstand runs most of the summer. And I think that we're spending tourism dollars, and that's an important event. with tourism dollars. Why is that so little?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lindell, we also partner with tourism on that event, on those two events. And so our contribution portions of those events are $10,000 for bandstand and $7,500 for New Year's Eve.
Still seems very, very, very small to me, considering what the events are and how we're spending on some other activities. I mean, 409,000 on those other sponsorships that certainly don't have the recognition that those two events have. Why is that justified?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rendell, it's a very good question. And I'm going to ask Director Randall to also express where he has it in his budget. And I think in this current fiscal year, as a flat budget, I'd say the number will probably stay as it is, but I think you're correct that we're trying to promote economic development, economic impact into the city with tourism. And so this may get folded into tourism only and not just necessarily in the arts and culture department, because they have a very small budget from that standpoint. So I'll ask Director Randall, maybe he could speak more to how much he's contributing, but right now that's where we are with the number for these two.
And Madam Chair, Councilor Lindell, I may add, that 409,000 number represents kind of one large lump of projects and initiatives that we do every year. And that includes the city historian, the poet laureate, any kind of community gathering events. This year we did art at the MRC when we did the ribbon cutting for those 5 sculptures out there. We have a story maps program that we offered through our city historian program. We had there's a Convivo Southside event, which is in partnership with Earth Care and Little Globe. Some arts education grants come out of that. UNESCO funding also comes out of that. So all of those, that 409,000 contributes to a lot of smaller projects as well. So those budgets rarely exceed $10,000 or $15,000 often.
Okay, if they're $10,000 or $15,000 each, that's for over 400,000. That's a lot of them. On the department highlights and the goals for FY24, I would caution when we're trying to do a creative economy, trying to codify and limit choices, the codification of the community gallery and the arts and cultural department ordinance. I would caution about eliminating options and choices for the use of space. I'm not convinced that that is a reasonable goal for FY24. And I have spoken with Mr. Brown about that. I think that eliminating choices for different activities is not in the best interest of our facilities use or in promoting our creative economy. So that's all I have, Chair.
It's good because I was just going to say we need to move
Oh, I
on.
saw you moving toward that.
Counselor Cassett.
Thank you so much. And quite a few questions actually were answered, but I do want to thank both of you for being here and for your work. I really have appreciated working with you all, especially recently on our district arts and culture project. And I'm curious, will we still have those $10,000 allocated to each district in FY24?
Madam Chair, Councilor Cassett, that is not currently allocated, but we do have some flexibility.
Where did that funding come from this year and where's that flexibility for next year?
I believe it would come out of that projects and initiatives, 409,000. That budget kind of has some flow for, if opportunities arise during the year where we're able to, if an opportunity comes up from a cultural organization in town where they want a sponsorship or they want to partner on an event, then we're able to move and pivot for that. So.
What was that?
You'll have to repeat
Repeat
or
into the mic.
Amelia, you'll have to come and answer the question.
Again, she's the
Yes,
Brains behind it.
and just for people who may be watching on YouTube, would you please introduce yourself again and what you do?
Yes.
That'd be great.
Madam Chair, council members, I am Armenia Tapia. I am currently the Art Services Coordinator for the Arts and Culture Department. Just to clarify that, Rod's recent statement and your recent question, the district funding of 40,000, which 10,000 went to each district, that did come out of that line, which would be the 409,000 grants and services for fiscal year 23. If we were to continue with that project in fiscal year 24, that's exactly where those funds would be
Okay,
from.
thank you. Appreciate that.
Madam Chair, if I could also add for Director Cassett,
Yes.
we also look at and monitor our largest tax for the year. As I talked earlier about the macroeconomic trends.
Mhm.
So as we see the largest tax, whether it rises or falls, this is just another area we can see where, something was successful. We want to bring it back, and that sustainable innovation that I think we were talking about for a while. This is another area where we'd say this was successful. We should look at it as we find any supplemental funding.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Coming from one of the districts representing the South Side, there's often that conversation about so much is concentrated down here. And I do see this as a really wonderful opportunity to bring some of those projects. And I know that there's been a lot of work on public art and really expanding that throughout the community. Which maybe this is more of a question, I don't know, or a comment. But that is something I do want to continue this year, is really encouraging how the characteristics and the unique sense of place for other neighborhoods in the city is really brought out through arts and culture and through that art in public places piece. I don't know if you have any more information to give on what that's going to look like this year.
Madam Chair, Councilor Cassett, I think it's important that over the past 3 or 4 years, we've been really building connections with organizations on all over town, but specifically on the South Side, specifically Earth Care and also Alas de Agua. And I think with those two organizations, we've been able to make inroads and develop trust and relationships and kind of a shorthand and being able to work together. So a lot of times, a lot of projects, they come to us, or they may have references, or someone in their realm may have an idea or a concept that they bring to us. And so, yes, certainly it's a growing interest of ours as well.
Wonderful. Thank you. And then following up on Councilor Lindell's line of questioning or commenting around the community gallery codification, can you just give me some more information about this? What does it change in terms of the community gallery? Does it, how does this really impact the community gallery at this point?
The community gallery was founded in 2007 during the construction of the convention center, and it was I think it was a function of the plan when they originally built the building to have a space for local artists. There was an economic development report that indicated that 80% of the art that's sold in Santa Fe isn't made in Santa Fe. And so this was kind of a steep push to offer a place for local artists to promote, exhibit, and sell their work. And the community gallery was founded with my hiring for that position in 2008. So I developed that program and have been running it for 15 years now. And it's always been a space for local artists to exhibit their work. For some, it's a first-time professional experience. They may never have submitted a portfolio. They may never have signed a contract. They may never have tried to price their work or, market their work in any kind of way. So we usually have exhibits that have artists at the lower level, but also artists that are represented by local galleries, and their gallery name is mentioned on their artist tag as well. So that it's an economic development function, pardon me, and in the way that it's offering artists a first-time experience. It's also promoting local galleries and their support of local artists. But then as a function of the programming for the gallery, we offer capacity building and artist professional training. There is a photo lab that we have set up in the gallery for artists to be able to come and kind of get certified to use our cameras and equipment and photograph their artwork so that they'll have a portfolio so that they can then market themselves digitally and get into galleries. Unfortunately, beyond the plan for the convention center, there was no official codification of the gallery establishing it as an official program or a dedicated space. And it has been occupying that space since 2008. And so it serves as kind of a function as a hub for activity for arts. There's a lot of events that we have there as an arts commission. We've hosted kind of cocktail parties there as well through the tourism office. We partnered with the tourism office. They had the Terra World Conference on International Architecture, and we created an Adobe exhibit where artists were responding to Adobe architecture specifically to engage that crowd who was visiting last summer. So there's all kinds of functions that it uses, but I think the intent of promoting, exhibiting, and selling the art, the work of local artists and helping them become ready for prime time is the primary.
And how successful has it been in that goal?
I think the community gallery is the public facing eye of the Arts Commission. I think it's often the first place that people experience the Arts Commission and also the city. It's an opportunity for visitors to kind of see the full breadth of art that is being produced here, not based upon coyotes and cowboys and the traditional cliches that are affiliated with Santa Fe. I feel that it offers that range as well, but it also shows the contemporary and often forward pushing artwork that's being developed by our local creative economy.
Wonderful. Well, I definitely, as we move forward with this, I would like to really maybe see some of the data that you guys are gathering and what has been successful, and again, how we continue to support that sector of our economy and local artists here in town. And I see that I am done. So to you.
Yeah, good. I'm glad I'm giving off a vibe at the right moment. So I'm trying to be fair among all of you. And Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to your staff. I just appreciate all that you do with Rod and Edminia. There's also other folks that you didn't mention that are part of your staff that you might want to acknowledge as well.
Not currently.
There's no other, I thought there was another person. Ooh, okay. Well, I think we need to make sure that those vacancies do get filled. Obviously, we want the directorship to be filled. I do want to give a nod to former director Pauline Kamiyama for her leadership and also making the arts and culture and events and opportunities more accessible in our community, and especially nonprofit groups and individual artists, that particularly artists of color that don't necessarily get recognized. So I just wanted to give a nod to Pauline and all of you for focusing on that area of arts and culture that I think is very important and often gets overlooked. So my questions had to do with, I think the one thing that piece that we were talking about for summer bandstand and New Year's Eve events, the 17,500. I appreciate you want to add into the mix, and maybe there's some other piece that you're focused on. I do think that the budget for tourism is much larger, and it should cover all costs related to the events at the plaza. So I'm curious if the 17.5, and I'll be asking about this in tourism, if summer bandstand is being funded through their department, and if the 17.5 that you put on your budget could actually go towards more of the cultural programming that you spoke of, because it is a small amount, and I'm wondering if tourism can cover those costs and that you can direct this in a different way. Was there something that we missed that this would be going towards separate from tourism for the 17.5?
Madam Chair, Councilor Villarreal, as far as I know, bandstand and New Year's Eve was added probably 6 or 7 years ago, but both of those events, we always contributed to those as functions, and also served on the selection committee for the summer bandstand and managed that contract historically until the most recently. So
does it make sense to use that in another way for cultural programming and leave tourism to cover the 17.5, which is really not a lot compared to what we just passed? What was it, 300,000 for the next 4 years or something like that?
Madam Chair, Councilor Villarreal, that's a very good question. I was going to add also that the Economic Development Department also sort of looks at startup events. So we also contribute. So the 3 departments, it's true community development, right? Tourism, arts and culture, and ED. This could be transferred over to tourism. I don't think that's a hard thing to do within one department. They can redirect the money, but there's another department that also does sponsorships. And I know there are new events that we are fostering this coming year that we will work with tourism, with the Economic Development Department. So it's just a matter of the 3 departments getting together to say, how do we take that pot and leverage it the right way?
Right. I think that makes sense. However, arts and culture has a way smaller budget.
It does.
And so 17.5, it's important to add them into the cultural programming. So I would suggest that you all kind of organize that and put the 17.5 towards something related to the cultural programming that you're already planning. And then the other question, just to try to understand about, give you a chance to talk about why codification of the community gallery in the arts and culture department ordinance is important as one of the goals for fiscal year 24.
Madam Chair, Councilor Villarreal, this suggestion came from the Arts Commission themselves. They view the community gallery, and always have really, as kind of, again, the public facing front of the Arts Commission. It's also where our offices are located, there and then down the hall. So we're kind of centrally located there. It serves as a hub of activity, and they just had a feeling that, like, since it wasn't officially declared in any document or ordinance, that the gallery wasn't even created as an official program, that when we were looking at changing the ordinance, that was one of the concerns that they wanted to address. And so that rose to the top, and there is a further ordinance. Since we became a department, we were all referred to as the Arts Commission. That includes our community commission as well as the staff. So in the ordinance that exists now, we are currently lumped together as an Arts Commission by the ordinance. And we've been working with the legal department to separate that out so that the duties of the department are spelled out as staff, and then the duties of the commission are spelled out as volunteers and advisory committee to the staff. And so we've been trying to work on separating those out and creating a new ordinance. But this one was one that the commission felt was a higher priority to try to push through first, and then worry about the rest of the ordinance as it develops.
Sounds good. I think it'd be important, and I think you all have been doing this, to just make sure arts commissioners are understanding their role, and then also staff's role, and then how the department fits into the bigger picture for cultural programming. And so I think it's important. Would you say that it's limiting options and choices for the use of space?
Madam Chair, Councilor Vera, I don't think it's limiting options. Currently, it's open 3 days a week. So there are extra days that it could be used, or what I call monetized. And it's a part of the greater convention center complex. So, when we bring a new gallery manager on, I think we will look at how that can be a workout in between the two departments. So right now it's not used at 100% productivity. So we need to look at it.
Go ahead.
And Madam Chair, Councilor Villarreal, it's also important to note that the gallery was open 6 days a week until we have the staff shortage as a result of the pandemic. And then we were closed during the pandemic. And then coming back, we wanted to make sure, for safety, to have 2 staff members there with a staff of 3. That was very restrictive considering the meetings that we have to attend. And so the closure of dates and shortening of the schedule was based upon COVID and also staff restrictions. So we expect that to move back up once we get normalized.
Right. That makes sense to me. I mean, it was utilized well, and then COVID did put a damper on that. And I actually have attended events there since, we're not done with COVID, but post major COVID. And there's been a lot of interest in people attending. So I think that there's a lot of opportunity to continue what we were doing in terms of programming, as long as we make sure that you all are fully staffed.
Councilwoman, we need to move on. Did you have?
I think I just had one other question about programming, so I can ask another time.
Okay, let's go back to you, Councilor Rivera.
I'll be brief so she can have the rest of my time. But, I concur with Councilwoman Cassett. The $10,000 per district is very valuable, I think, when you're trying to organize something within your district. So if you can continue with that, that would be great. My other question, I think you mentioned it, I just want to make sure, but the summer bandstand series, before COVID, we had it at several Southside locations. The little plaza area by Plaza Cafe Southside, and also at Swan Park. Are we planning to continue those in this fiscal year?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rivera, the Arts Commission has been primarily just a funder and you sending our money over the past few years. I think tourism has been the primary manager of the program itself and those nuances.
Okay.
So that would probably be a more appropriate question for their session.
Got it. Thank you. Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Okay, I have one question, then I'll go back to you, Councilwoman Villarreal, for one question, and then we're going to move on. This question, as Councilor Cassett said, might be not for you, maybe for tourism, but you did mention that this department is 100% funded by lodger's tax. As I recall, it took the biggest hit during the pandemic because the lodger's tax, of course, nobody was traveling, so nobody was paying lodger's tax, so we weren't receiving any, and it just took a complete nosedive. And it is a restricted revenue source. It's not something that we can put anywhere. And so I don't know who's best to answer this. If it's you, Mr. Lambert, if it's you, Mr. Brown, or if we want to wait until tourism comes up. I just think it's an educational moment to talk about one of our funds and the nature of that. So I don't know if this is the right moment, or I'll put a pin in it, as Councilor Cassett says, and we'll wait for the appropriate person to be in front of us.
Madam Chair, it's a good question. I also would rely on our budget folks who actually allocate the money in, but Director Randall has the most tenure in the area where the lodger's tax is used. So if you want to wait until that question, unless Mr. Hopkins can answer how it gets allocated out, but Director Randall definitely can.
Okay, we'll wait, and rather than make Mr. Hopkins walk from the back of the room, and we'll hold that. Councilwoman Villarreal, one more question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was just curious about what will be part of the phase 3 of Famous, and what will entail. And I also looked on the website that you said, and I couldn't find it on the tourism page. So maybe someone could tell me where that is, because I'd like to see the videos.
Madam Chair, Councilor Villarreal, I will send the link to everyone.
Thank you.
Also, we have done 3 phases, or the 2 phases, and this will be the 3rd. We're focusing on doing 2 new ambassadors as opposed to 3 or 4. We've learned a lot in the process, and we're going to spend a larger portion of the money on the actual digital marketing campaign itself and spread it out to a wider audience. And so we're going to have 2 more that we're adding to the pool, and then spend a lot of money on or spend a larger portion of the total budget on the marketing and promotion. And one of those is going to be a musician, and the other one is a local artist.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hopkins is moving from the back of the room. Are you coming up to the podium, or are you coming to talk to somebody else?
Madam Chair, I was just going to have Janelle queue up the lodger's tax distribution thing on her laptop, so I can go through that one
At the
when you're
appropriate time.
ready.
Perfect,
Whenever you're ready.
perfect.
Madam
Great.
Chair.
Yeah, Councilor Rivera.
Just I don't know, just suggestion, a comment maybe, but do we want to approve each one as we go through? Because if we have a follow-up question, let's say on arts and culture, and they have to come back to us at the end of the hearings.
Yeah, so this is going to be a little bit evolving. And what I'm going to recommend today is that we preliminarily approve the community development budget if we're feeling like we're ready to do that, with the understanding that we don't approve the entire budget until the last day of our budget hearings. And as we talked about yesterday, I am in conversations about how any amendments will be handled, and I'm not ready to kind of go through that process right yet, but I am working on it. So, we could wait until the end in terms of approving these department budgets one by one, as been our custom. We don't have to approve them one by one, but I do think it would be good to give some nod to how we feel about what we've heard. And so I think my recommendation would be that we will, at the end of each day, give preliminary approval for the department budget, if that's how we're feeling. And then we'll, with the understanding that it's possible there may be amendments. And I don't know at this moment what they are or what budgets they would affect. But I also feel like it's really important that before we, I think, start tinkering too much, and it would depend on the amendment, that maybe we hear the entire budget before we start. But there may be an amendment that's appropriate to make, on the day. So it's going to be an ongoing conversation.
Thank you.
All right. I think we can now go on to thank you, Mr. Lambert. Appreciate it. Thank you,
Thank you.
Armenia. Tapia, and we will go on now to economic development. And this is a first time I don't know if you consider yourself new still, but you're still, in my mind, new. And this is, I think, your first budget hearing. So please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, city staff. It's great.
Yeah, you're going to have to talk into that thing. Sorry. Because otherwise the people on YouTube can't hear you.
How's that? Is that better?
Yeah.
Great.
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Joanna Nelson, and I'm the new Economic Development Director for the Office of Economic Development. And it's an honor to be here for my first time in front of you. And thank you for participating in this. Thanks for your questions, thanks for your insight. I've served in this position 3 months so far and hitting the ground running. Great staff. It's good to be on Director Brown's team within community development. So our office is focused on creating the conditions to support a thriving, diversified economy for all of Santa Fe. And through our efforts, we're fostering a climate where businesses and entrepreneurs have equitable access to the resources and tools they need to start, expand, grow, hire employees, have access to a trained and skilled workforce. And at the same time, we're creating opportunities for economic mobility. We're at a great and critical time coming out of the pandemic to learn from the challenges and the hardships that we saw exposed during that time. And we're at the point where we have the ability to take advantage of these opportunities to build smarter, more resilient, stronger, sustainable, and more equitably for the Santa Fe economy. Next slide, please. So our budget request for the fiscal year 24 is a recommended 3.5 million, which is a leveling off of some first-time costs and funding sources in the previous fiscal years. And out of the recommendations, I want to highlight 2 significant points. The first one I want to draw your attention to is the hiring of an MRA director position to help lead the Midtown redevelopment project and beyond, because not only does this position provide leadership for the Midtown campus, it also provides opportunity to explore other development finance tools for beyond that project. And then also I want to point out the strategic action plan that Director Brown mentioned earlier. We have a great opportunity in front of us to look at previous plans and assessments that were initiated over the past 2 decades, to learn from those and look forward and aligned and build our initiatives and priorities to match with our community and economic development stakeholders. Next slide, please. Our recommendations are based on cultivating and building on many of the efforts that were carried out in fiscal year 23, which included focus on 6 things to really tell our story of how we deploy economic development. So the first one is creating awareness of economic development resources. The second is entrepreneurial development and innovation. Third is business expansion and retention. Fourth is workforce development. Fifth is asset development and management. And 6th is economic mobility. Next slide, please. We have some big opportunities in front of us for fiscal year 24. We're energized, we're listening, we're focused, moving into this new time to really strengthen, empower, and diversify our economy equitably. So we're looking at providing significant initiatives for technical assistance and workforce through ARPA. Also strengthening our economic development ecosystem, connection to resources, and excitably looking at the development at Midtown campus. So I'll wrap it up there. I want to thank you for your time. I look forward to meeting with all of you, working with you, helping to serve your constituents, the residents of Santa Fe. Thanks.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Councilwoman Villarreal.
Madam Chair, I have a lot of questions, but it's more just interested on some of the things that you listed. Especially as new pieces, department, like what looking forward to fiscal year 24. Could you say a little bit more about the MRA director and what they will be charged with? You said leading Midtown project and beyond. Could you say a little bit more about that?
Madam Chair, Councilor Villarreal, I can speak to that since we have a catch-all department, economic development. There's some community development, there's some economic development, there's Midtown also. So the MRA director, while we're waiting for a final government body approval of the ordinance and resolution, we put it in the budget so that we would not be caught off guard once we're moving forward. So this MRA director will lead a governance committee that will allow us to what Director Nelson talked about for development financing and moving forward with our development process once we are creating our spine infrastructure and start to parcelize Midtown. What's exciting about this role over the next couple of years is that the Economic Development Department will also be looking at other parcels of land in the city that we see as major opportunities for creating hubs. Manufacturing hub, bioscience hub, et cetera. And so this role will expand out just beyond Midtown. So we're excited about getting this person and team on board, but that's what the director is going to be doing. And it'll be a division director, so it'll report to me as the community development director. But because community development doesn't have its own budget specifically, it's actually sitting in the Office of Economic Development.
Okay, thank you. And then the number, the 683,000 in funding for LIDA, and you listed some of the partners, and these are businesses we've already funded through past LIDA grants. So is that an additional amount, or is that what we've given out so far, the 683,000?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, this is a continuation of those projects that are already in action. So many of those projects have term links. And an average would be 5 years. So this will be in addition to what has been previously.
Yeah, and if I may add, Councilor Rear, that's a good question. We have a flat budget in FY24. So we are looking at new expanding businesses. So some are there because we have to carry that cost over. We get money from the state and we also contribute. So that 683 is a mixture of sustaining our LIDA grant funding projects with current companies, and then we have a couple of targets. There's some on there that we didn't list that are in Project X mode, but some are here listed there for that 683.
So that's because they're multi-year.
Yes.
They just care. Well, isn't it like a carryover?
It's a carryover.
Okay. It's
a carryover because it's partially state funding, partially city funding, but there is a gap in that number that we use to target new companies for LIDA.
Okay, thank you. And the other piece was just a question about the economic development strategic plan, the 150,000. So is that a new plan or an enhancement of or an update to the Angelou plan?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, this is a new / enhancement. So if you recall in the Angelou plan, as well as some of the plans that followed after that, we have the ability to look at those previous plans and enhance and build upon the work that was already created and really focus on the deployment and the action. So there's a highlight on the word strategic action plan. So not only are we doing an enhancement of the analysis and the assessment on the local economy, we're really focused on how do we carry forward those initiatives that were over the past 2 decades brought up, because there's still some really good ideas that haven't been brought forth yet.
So it's not an overhaul. It's just looking at the current plan, seeing where you can maybe add more enhancements or update based on current trends?
I'd agree with that.
Great, thank you. And then for this coming up phase, you just mentioned Midtown site phase 2 development, the RFPs for housing and mixed use, and for the launch of the MRA. And can you give us a time period? I know we've talked about this, but it's kind of has been moving. So is there a time frame that you can give us on that?
Yes, Madam Chair, Councilor Villarreal. So the MRA director is we want to kick it off as soon as we have a consideration from the governing body. That would be the new fiscal year. Let's say that takes 4 months or 5 months. And then the next RFP tranche I'll call for Midtown for the affordable housing, that we're slated for October to send RFPs out. So we're working backwards from the month of October.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then you did mention creation of a Southside Small Business Economic Development Zone. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure. Councilwoman, or Madam Chair, members of the committee. That's correct. We're working with some partners that are located on the south side to look at a geographic focus. And so one of those key players is Earth Care, Miguel Acosta, who leads that organization. And they are working with Main Street, New Mexico. And we're focused on how do we geographically look at that area to make sure key resources are in place to create a thriving economic district.
So this is not separate from what we had passed for the Main Street initiative. This is a continuation. Okay.
It's an augmenting of the Main Street, because the Main Street program, the South Side actually pursued the grant themselves, and we have been supporting them with some small consulting services over the last fiscal year. But this is sort of bringing it out. We're trying to build equity on the South Side as it relates to entrepreneurship and small business development. So I think you have a flyer on your table for the Feria that's coming up. This is one of the many initiatives that are coming to us to say there is opportunity on the South Side, and we need to share the resources, bring them out in front of them. And so we want to leverage the Main Street process that's happening with Miguel and his team.
Okay.
And this is where the South Side piece will come in.
So that's a piece, and then the Siler
would be the other one. That's
corridor. I don't
Yeah,
know
the
if that's
corridor,
right.
yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And then one last question, the UNM Center for Responsible Entrepreneurship and the partnership with them. Can you say a little bit more about that?
Sure. Madam Chair, members of the committee, that's an exciting initiative that we're working on at UNM. They were doing work within their Anderson School for Business to support the creation of benefit corporations and really look at how is New Mexico providing resources and opportunity for businesses to look at their practices in a sustainable and more comprehensive way. And we're working on a IGA with them to locate here in Santa Fe and be
Working on a what? Did you say?
IGA, intergovernmental agreement.
Okay.
So they will locate at the Higher Education Center here in Santa Fe.
Mhm.
Hopefully that should be online to move forward probably by late summer.
Yeah. If I may add, Councilor, Madam Chair, if it's okay. We're very excited about this Center for Responsible Entrepreneurship. A couple of reasons. One, we don't have a large university in Santa Fe, and UNM's just down the street from us. This also allows Santa Fe to be the center of innovation. With this center, we believe that not only will students come from Anderson Center, but it allows executive programs, global programs. We also can work with the LANL, a PhD program. So it's an exciting place to put Santa Fe on the map to sort of espouse this innovation for the future, and it helps with diversifying our economy. So we're looking at the investment of this as we move it to the HEC and this work we're doing with them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Other questions from the committee? Yes, Councilor Cassett.
There it is. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'm glad Councilman Villarreal had the opportunity or took the opportunity to expand on some of these programs. I think they're really exciting. And I, of course, get to hear a lot about them in Economic Development Advisory Committee. So I appreciate that. I did really want to welcome Director Nelson and how excited I am that you are here. And as I've said before, how excited I am that Rich gets to take off a hat. But I really think that that you coming into this position is allowing a real flourishing of being able to focus on these areas in a way of having a specific assigned director allows us to do. I did also want to say that some of our conversations in EDAC around that strategic action plan that I think is really important to highlight again and again is that conversation on economic equity. And that's something that I've really appreciated seeing a focus really coming into play here. And I think that the programs that Councilwoman Villarreal was asking about and the projects really start to highlight that as well. So I don't have very many questions because again, I have so much access to you all and spend so much time discussing this work. And I really want to thank you all. And I'm very much looking forward to moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Other questions from the committee? Okay, I think Councilwoman Villarreal asked, I'm very interested in the strategic planning work. I was also curious about the LEADA projects because I know some of those we've funded. So it was good to hear why they're mentioned again because it's ongoing funding. And also the MRA is, I think, going to be important as we move forward with Midtown. Would you characterize the MRA work as part of helping with the surrounding neighborhoods and the gentrification of those neighborhoods or the prevention of, impacts that might not be favorable to the existing neighborhoods? Will the MRA help with that?
Madam Chair, that's a good question. I believe it will. And one of the key things about creating an MRA is that you have to designate an area as blighted.
Right.
And so you're starting from a single point, right, of blighted, and that becomes your ultimate goal. How do you change blight? And there are a lot of ways to do it through development, mobility, workforce, job training, et cetera. So this MRA director's role will be not only about the financing, but understanding where areas of the blight need this change. And so you will see that the greater areas. So we're looking at whether it's just the census tract for Midtown or it's the link plus the census tract, but that area will be sort of laser focused in on how to create conditions of better quality of life. And that's part of what the role will play.
Great. And I'd look for every opportunity to say this. A designation of blight is a statutory designation.
Yes.
It's not, I don't know, shouldn't be taken personally or, I think it's really important. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, it's, and I don't know if my asset director, Mr. Loxton's here, but yeah, the designation of blight is really a creating conditions, statutory conditions. And while some people think it's because there's been an oil spill in the neighborhood, it's really more about highly vulnerable indexes. Well, those two, the census tract for Midtown has high unemployment, has high poverty. There's low economic mobility. There's low equity there. There's not enough business resources in the area. Those are all conditions that fall into blight, where you can attract development there that provides conditions for quality of life in the neighborhood. So that's a part of what that would mean.
Great. I just don't want to ever miss an opportunity to help people understand that designation as we go forward, because I think it's often misunderstood. So thank you.
Can I add one more question?
Yes.
I want to just make a plug for one of our LEADA candidates, if I could. I want to go backwards. One of our LEADA candidates, Parting Stone, was recently featured on
Shark Tank.
And they had a fantastic experience, and we are going to probably see an exponential growth of that company because of that earned media and the experience that they had. So I wanted to say that it's another reason why we target the small growth companies. We call it economic gardening, but we're targeting these small companies, and they started in our accelerator program, and now they're moving to a place where they're going to see explosive growth, and we want to be there to help them and keep them in Santa Fe.
Yeah, the keep them in Santa Fe part is the part I'm most dialed into, let's say that. All right, I think we can, okay, one more question, and then we need to go to planning and land use, which I know is going to take some time, and we're halfway through our time. So Counselor Cassett.
Thank you so much. I'm just realizing this is probably the place to ask about, I'm trying to find it in the budget book. The dollars that are specifically looking at the Hopewell Man anti-displacement work. And I'm curious why only Hopewell Man is called out, obviously, as the counselor representing many of the neighborhoods around Midtown, that there is a concern about displacement in some of those older neighborhoods in the Bellama area, along Camino Carlos Rey. And so I'm curious why there is, I know that Hopewell Man, there really is a concentration there. It is one of the, I believe it's our census tract that has the lowest average income in the city. I believe that we're there. But I am also very much concerned about the neighborhoods that I represent around Midtown and the potential for displacement there.
Madam Chair, Council Cassett, it's a great question. We are not in the business of leaving anyone behind. Hopewell Man just got a shout out, so to speak, because it was selected for our project, for our Just City project. So Hopewell Man just was selected for our Just City project. So that's why you're hearing a lot about the Hopewell Man neighborhood. But we understand that the surrounding area, the adjacency of Midtown will be a part of what we need to do. And as we look at our sales of assets and we look at our disposition of assets at Midtown, those monies can be directed toward neighborhood stability and gentrification programming around the adjacent areas. So we are not excluding anyone. It's just that Hopewell Man was just a selected project for us for this Harvard Just City program.
Okay, thank you. And where will we have the opportunity to be looking at how those dollars are spent and for me to be able to really, advocate for my community?
Yes. A very good question, Councilor Cassett. You will see that come through EDAC and through this committee if it's over a certain amount of money. You will see that come through the committee as we start obtaining revenue from the disposition of land from Midtown. We have to allocate it out, and also other parcels of land. Right now, Las Estrellas is a master plan that we're going to put a public notice of sale. So those funds will come to the general fund, but we will ask and advocate for using that as a part of our neighborhood stability and the stabilization of projects that we're coming through.
Wonderful. Thank you. And to confirm, this is all in the community development plan for Midtown. So, or not to confirm, to shout that out again. Thanks so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, one more question, Councilor Rivera.
Thanks. Did you say that the Hopewell Man Anti-Displacement Initiative didn't have a current budget right now?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rivera, it does not have a current budget, but through this policy exercise that we're doing on our project, they talk about creative ways to find financing, grants, equity, et cetera. So there is no specific numbers for there, and we may look at in the next legislative session as a potential capital outlay if we're looking at specifically neighborhood stability and stabilization. But there's no specific line item there, and it's coming as we're partnering with the mayor's office and community services too, but we don't have specific funding yet.
Thank you.
And maybe this is an opportunity, Director Oster. There are a number of the things I think that have been called out, the living wage work. Remind me, I think there are 2 or 3, or maybe the mayor wants to weigh in, that don't have budgets assigned to them at this point. And maybe this is a good opportunity just to highlight.
Certainly, Chair Romero-Willis and councilors. So those are things that are prioritized throughout the entire budget. And as Rich mentioned, we're currently participating in the Just Cities program, and the Hopewell Man neighborhood stabilization effort is a part of that project, as well as the the Living Wage Task Force is a project that we're just kicking off to get a sense of what that may look like.
So it's premature to have budgets for these things, even though they are being highlighted as kind of next initiatives on the part of the city. We'll be hearing more about those as they evolve.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, well said.
Okay, I think it's important for the committee to know. All right. If we don't have any more questions, we do need to move on now. Thank you, Director Nelson, for being with us. Congratulations. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you again soon, I'm sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee.
All right, we're going to move on now to land use and planning, I believe, correct? Or
Yes,
planning,
Director Klug.
planning and land use.
Planning and
sorry.
land use, Director
Said it
Klug.
backwards.
Next slide, please, Janelle. Oh, yeah, great, thanks.
It's warm in here. I feel like I'm back in church. Good afternoon, everybody. Madam Chair, members of the committee. So thank you for having us today. We're here to present the budget request for the Planning and Land Use Department.
Jason, if you could just introduce yourself, Director
Yes,
Klug, that would be great.
I will.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm Jason Klug. I'm the Planning and Land Use Director for the City of Santa Fe. And with me today is our core administrative team. We have Amanda Insidious, our administrative manager, who can help with any needed details on funding administration. And we also have Heather Lamboy, our Director of Planning, and Tom Graham, our Director of Development. And they'll be able to answer any questions regarding operational details for their branch's budget. I believe we also have Eric Ani. He may not be in the room, but I think he's on standby to address any issues related to MPO. Again, thank you for having us. So just a little bit about the land use mission, role, and divisions. So the Planning and Land Use Department provides expert land use guidance, supporting our community's desired planning and land development goals. We achieve these by serving the public with integrity, honesty, solving problems through teamwork and creativity, accepting responsibility and accountability, and promoting equity and inclusion. We have 6 divisions. And so we're here to represent all of those here today. You know, really, it's made up of really great people that I really appreciate. And that includes the Planning Division, Historic Preservation Division, Building Permitting, Inspections and Enforcement, Engineering/Technical Review, along with our administrative staff present here, and also including a project administrator and a real estate manager. So in fiscal year 2023, land use has continued to make progress in areas including hiring, continued process improvements, and planning regarding responsive services and communications with customers, partners, and the general public, expansion of digital services, and better access to revised and clarified forms and procedures. And have moved forward with initiatives that you all are aware of, such as the Land Development Code and the upcoming general plan update. We're also moving forward with the third-party plan review program and Green Building Code and other building code updates. And this is all while maintaining critical operations and supporting important approvals such as Midtown. So we continue to increase response and turnaround times for land use activities and to adapt as we come out of the pandemic. We look forward to continuing expansion and implementation of initiatives in fiscal year 2024 to help meet the needs of the growing community and to help better serve land use customers and the citizens of Santa Fe with continued efforts to optimize operations and increase capacity. So with that, we could go to the next slide. Thank you. So the Planning and Land Use, my got hot. The Planning and Land Use Department's fiscal year 2024 recommended budget totals 8.2 million and includes funding for operational and support initiatives. So as other people have stated, you know, we are recommending a flat budget. The 5% is basically a recurring expense for FY23 hires. We're also very happy to advance the proposed % salary increases. In addition, we have the following maintenance budget items that I will summarize briefly, and I'm happy to provide details on those as needed. So we'll start with, so I've mentioned the 3% salary increases. We really appreciate that. And I think it will, you know, help with some of the compassion and competitivity issues that we face in the market. The RFP requesting approval to move forward on the general plan update. So that will actually be introduced. The resolution for that will be introduced tonight, and we'll move forward with that in the coming weeks. And so it will be in 3 phases, and I can definitely, you know, elaborate on those, but I'm going to keep moving just in the, you know, for the sake of time. And then the next one is the phase one of the land development code update, which, as you know, is underway. We had a really great open house on Monday evening. Thank you all that attended. Appreciate your time and your interest in that project. So the primary goal of the update will be to improve and organize the user friendliness of the code, provide clear, adaptable standards and procedures, and provide a modern standardized code to support the implementation of the general plan. Again, I have additional detail on that if you would like. So then the 265 for various on-call support services, I would like to break that down just a little bit for you. So part of that, the vast majority of that will be on-call services for engineering, historic preservation, and planning divisions. And then we will have a little bit around 75,000 for consulting and development of expanded digital services. And we also have 60,000 for short-term rental data collection. That's our recurring expense that we've had for a few years with Granicus. And then 60 grand for building permitting and related scanning services. And that's an ongoing expense, that we need to digitize the plat room, align with the city's efforts to modernize and be able to respond quickly to IPRAs, and then just have those, and then we're statutorily required to keep those permits on record perpetuity. And then 45,000 for Metropolitan Planning Organization, division planning objectives. That's to update the 2020 Metropolitan Transportation Plan per federal requirements, and Eric Ani can speak to that if needed. So then there are a couple of things that are on this list I just want to mention. Another 60 grand for communication support services. And that's basically our wish and desire to develop a mini CRM for land use customers. And then another 64,000 for the certified local government grant match. So that was used last year to survey and update the Register of Historic Structure status. Heather can speak to that if you'd like. And then in 2024, we plan to use it to maintain, to do an assessment of the main library for repair and preservation. Okay, next slide. Right, so I'd like to just elaborate on this this list of department highlights, which is basically just a snapshot of the day in the life of land use. And I'd like to orient them, based on the administration's goals and themes that have been outlined. So regarding sustaining innovation, business licensing has moved from the economic development department in the last 3 months, land use, and we've been working even more closely than ever with them on the integration processes and improvements. And we're glad to have them as part of the land use department. They definitely feather right in. We've worked with them all along, so it's great to have them on board. We continue to work on refinements and optimization of business processes and website improvements and integration, permit checklists, community outreach, ADU model permit. We're working with the Realtors Association on that. Digital housing pipeline. Our Maggie Moore, our planning manager, and Charlotte Russell, one of our senior planners, is taking the lead on that. And then planning applications and forms and streamline all those submittal processes. Now that the Munis upgrade is completed, we're also poised to continue implementation and expansion of InterGov functionality, including further digitization of operations with e-review. And then, as I mentioned earlier, implementing the third-party plan review project. And that also feathers into housing, which is next. So the next theme is housing. So building permitting and inspections, they're basically level with last year, which is good news, I think. And then have shown similar processing numbers as last year, basically just under 6,000 permits a year and 18,000 inspections respectively. Planning cases, we've doubled approved housing units from around 2,000 in 2021 to around 4,000 in 2022, with approximately 2,500 units currently in the approval process. And then it was our great pleasure to assist with Midtown approval and also the RFP, and we will be further assisting with the RFP and development process needed for parcelization that Rich was speaking to, that Director Brown was speaking to earlier. So then under the theme of investing in city employees, we've continued to increase staffing and hire for vacant positions in vital areas of operation and are working to increase capacity specifically for strategic planning efforts and the corollary of the needed staff for the development side in permitting and inspections. We've also continued to focus intently on building long-term capacity, stability, and the level of expertise and professionalism in the department by expanding opportunities for training, leadership, technical proficiency, required certifications and CEUs, and professional development. And then finally, Just City and sustainability, and this is also housing and sustainability, so it's definitely catching, I think, all of these themes. So we're in full swing, as I mentioned, moving forward with the land development code update. And with the general plan update to follow closely. And then we're also charting a course for approval this year of various building code updates, including the green building code. I think that's the end of the presentation, but I would like to also just mention quickly, because it's come up. You may have questions. So I just wanted to talk briefly about our vacancy rates. So we have 66 current positions in land use. It was 64, but with the business licensing coming on, now it's 66. We have 54 of those positions filled and that's equivalent to an 18% vacancy rate. And then we have 10 vacant funded positions that we're actively recruiting on, and 3 reclass positions. One is just about complete, and we have 2 more that are hopefully to follow closely. And then just so that you understand the increase to the budget with staff, and also just so that you understand what we've done in the last year. So we've hired since this time last year, we've hired both assistant directors, which has been a great help, and I really appreciate them immensely. We've hired a planning division manager. We've hired 2 senior planners in historic, 1 senior planner in planning, 2 permit techs, 1 for inspections and 1 for permitting. And then we've hired 1 permit specialist in the STR office and 1 planner tech in engineering. So with that, we'll stand for questions.
Great, thank you for that overview. I think the nature of this budget, I think we have time to do 10 minutes per counselor if that's necessary, and happy to take questions from the committee. Councilor Cassidy.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Click, for being here. I want to dive in a little bit more to your vacancies. So 10 funded, actively recruiting. Can you tell me what those are?
Madam Chair, Councilor Cassidy, yes. So we're currently recruiting for the historic preservation manager. We have a couple of good leads on that. And on that note, I agree with everything that Director Ladd mentioned about, the challenges around hiring. And we're definitely, Heather could speak to it about, Director Lamboy could speak to it about it a little bit if you would like her to, but we're definitely casting a broad net with recruiting. So, and then construction inspector supervisor, that's a position that's been recently reclassed, and we're looking forward to advertising that. And we have 2 planner seniors in planning, 1 planner in planning, 1 permit tech in inspections, a plumbing and mechanical construction inspector, an electrical inspector, construction plans examiner 2 in building, a permit technician in building, and then a couple other reclasses in engineering that I won't speak to now because they're underway, they're in process.
Thank you. And I do notice in the FIR for the resolution that we are introducing tonight that there is a call for a strategic planner. Is that not included in these 12 open positions?
No, that would be a new position, so it's not included.
Okay. And then I do see in the FIR that we put in a dollar amount for FY 24 and 25 for personnel and benefits. Would Director Oster be able to provide? It's a little bit of a discrepancy here on what is being approved now, as well as would that be added if we approve this resolution through the process?
My apologies, Councilor Cassidy. Could you repeat the question?
Sure. I'm looking at our resolution that we're introducing tonight regarding next steps for general plan. And there is in the FIR a call for a new strategic planner. I understand that's not in this budget as is being presented at this moment. If this is approved, does that position then get?
Thank you, Councillor Cassett. My apologies. So if legislation passes that has a fiscal impact, then we have to find the funding to implement that legislation. That's not included in the base budget because we don't know what's going to happen with that legislation. So we don't project the impacts of future legislation in the operating budget. We handle that through budget adjustments after the legislation is passed.
Makes sense. So it's just coincidental timing at the moment. Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I do want to talk a little bit about the challenges of hiring planners. We heard a little bit about it in affordable housing. There's been some conversation around how competitive are we? I know a number of these planner positions have been open for quite some time. I don't know when the last time we had a close to full. We never quite have full anywhere, it seems. Staffed planning department. Do you know the last time where we are compared to maybe where we were a few years ago?
Excuse me, Madam Chair, Councillor Cassett. So I'm not sure if I'll be able to recollect when we were fully staffed, but it does go in cycles, and the market is competitive, and it's a small group in New Mexico. I think the good news is, just as an aside, with our recent recruiting attempts, we have seen larger LOEs coming from out of state, which is interesting, and they're highly qualified candidates, and we're looking forward to recruiting some of those soon if we can. So historic preservation has, I think, historically, no pun intended, suffered the most. And we actually are fully staffed in there. We've actually transferred one senior planner who was previously in historic over there. So they're fully staffed up, which is great news. So now we just need to land on the manager position. And then Heather's been doing a great job, filling in for that position, since Carly left. So, and then, yes, we have had a little bit of turnover with senior planners, but we do have, senior planners that have been here for years, and we do have some new senior planners that are showing great promise. And so we do have those 2 vacant positions, and we're looking forward to filling at least one of them very soon. And then maybe going out again and, being able to fill all 5 of those positions early, in the fiscal year. I know that doesn't answer your question directly, but that kind of gives you the lay of the land.
Okay. I mean, I've harped on this before, especially with all of the work coming forward with the general plan, making sure that we are really able to move as quickly as we can on this. There's been so much conversation about the need to update the general plan, update the code. I think that there are a lot of really crucial changes. And so making sure that land use is funded competitively so that we are staffed up in order to do that. I think that we're really at a crucial place with land use. And so that's something that I do want us to consider as we are looking at this budget. It's that we have really met the needs of being able to fund land use. The other piece that I'll comment on, because I would be remiss not to, I see the Santa Fe Neighborhood Safety Study. I imagine, Eric Ani, this is for you, Director Ani, that's the Camino Carlos Rey project that we just started, and he's giving me a thumbs up. So that is a yes, which I was really excited about. It's kind of looking at all these different requests coming in from the constituency around the Camino Carlos Rey corridor, and the planning or the changes that we need to make to the built environment to make sure that it is a safe neighborhood for all modes of transportation. As the current chair of the MPO, there was a resolution put forward by the MPO requesting, I believe, $55,000 in the MPO's budget to be utilized as matching funds for grants. I do not believe that has been included in this budget at this time, correct?
Director.
Madam Chair, Councillor Cassett, the MPO does receive a city match from the 0.5% GRT fund. I'm not aware of any MPO funds, though, being used to match other grants. That would be news to me.
Correct. This was a request asking for some dollars to be allocated for the MPO to be able to really utilize those to leverage some of the federal, I believe, federal grants. That would be an ability for us to do some more projects within the city.
Madam Chair, Councilor Cassett, like I said, the only match I know involving the MPO would be the city match provided to the transportation planning grants that the MPO receives.
Okay.
So I'm not aware of any other matching requirements surrounding MPO.
Okay.
Mr. Lamboy or Mr. Ani, could you provide any insight on that?
Madam Chair, members of the council, for the record, my name is Eric Ani. I am the director of the Metropolitan Planning Organization. It is a division within the Land Use Department. A little background on where this came from. Back in 2020, the MPO recognized that because we have a formulaic budget based on 2 federal grants, that our salaries and inflation were taking up a greater capacity of those funds. In 2021, we put together a discussion with Director Kluk in terms of asking for the city for additional funds to help manage that gap. Fast forward to this year, we decided that it would be more appropriate from a procedural process to invite the policy board in its entirety to make the request to the city in the matter of $55,000. The idea there would be a separate and distinct fund of 55 per year that could be used to leverage additional grants. Right now, there are multiple grant opportunities that the MPO could take advantage of, but we cannot use federal funds as a match. And so that was part of the logic in the request. I also understand that we heard directly at some point in the last several months that there would be a flat budget and this may not make it. So it's understandable. So that's the background. Hopefully that helps.
Yes, thank you so much for saying that so much more eloquently and clearly than I ever possibly could. I appreciate that. So yes, I understand that's not in here. I do think that's something that I'd like to look at, especially as we balance things out. We look at mid-year budget adjustments. I know that that's something that the MPO has felt very strongly about is how we can really provide more support for a lot of the work that MPO is doing. So thank you, Eric. I appreciate that. Let me see if I had anything else. I know that I'm probably running low on my time, so I will yield the floor for now and go ahead and let the rest of the committee ask questions.
We may have a chance to come back if you have other questions. Councilor Lindell.
Thank you. Thanks for being here today, all of you. 12 vacancies is tough. It just puts phenomenal pressure on your department all the time. Talk to us about why you think we have the turnover we do and why you think it's so hard to get people here.
Madam Chair, Councilor Lindell, thank you for the question. So I have to say, when I started in land use, the vacancy rate was actually a lot higher. So I think we've actually, taken strides to reduce it. And that 18% vacancy rate, yes, it does cause operational challenges, but I think we're in a much better position and we continue, and we want to continue to, recruit these positions. And I think we will be successful. There are some that are more challenging because they're, unicorns, quote unquote, in the industry. So, and again, we are casting a broad net and we have recently had a little bit of success, hopefully attracting, some people that are qualified to fill those positions. As far as people leaving, I think honestly, it's life circumstances. I think in general, I don't think there's any, I don't think there's a pain point there about people leaving. I think we've worked really hard to get the salaries to where they need to be in general. I know we still have some pain points around that. And, we'll have to see what the economic forecast looks like. in the coming year, and then hopefully we can address some of those mid-year. That's my optimistic hope. Yeah, I think we have a really solid crew of people that have been in land use for a long time. And I think maybe that's my concern is that, land use is an older department, so to speak. So we will have, people that will be retiring. So we want to start working on succession planning very soon in the coming couple of years. Does that answer your question? I'm happy to speak further.
I was just looking for your comment on it. I guess I'll ask you a hypothetical question. What would be the greatest need in your department if you had an extra $250,000 to spend?
Thank you, Counselor. Madam Chair, Counselor.
If I can just clarify, is that a one-time shot or a recurring shot?
Well, let's call it reoccurring.
Okay, well, so I think that, A number one would be the one that we've already asked for in the FIR for the general plan update, because I think everybody has a great desire to rebuild the long range planning division in land use. And we really need that to function for these big initiatives that we want to get done as quickly as possible, like the land development code update and the general plan update. So I think that would be the first one. And, we understand that, we've been given a flat budget and we're not in the financial position to support expansion requests right now. But, given that would be my first one. And then second would be to try to formally convert enforcement into a division. It's a section now, and it's bigger than some of the other divisions. So I'd really like funding to make that happen, which would involve hiring of a division manager, and it would also I think serendipitously allow us to have another open position for an enforcement officer because it's a union position. And then thirdly, I think another planner senior. And then I have to say, that's it. We have the construction plans examiner on the building side, and we really need to hire that person. I think we may have, some opportunity very soon to do that. Inspections is in a much better place than it used to be, but we have struggled to hire those two inspectors as well. So I think those are the top priorities given the, in the current org chart.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Other questions from the committee? Counselor Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question, I guess, to follow up with Mr. Ani regarding the 55,000 requests. I guess there was a resolution that was made. Why wasn't that included, I guess, in this request now that we're talking about the budget versus trying to wait?
Madam Chair, Counselor, the resolution was passed by the MPO Policy Board at their November meeting of 2022. It was then sent directly to the city manager and finance director, as well as Mr. Rich Brown for their respectful consideration. At that point, I'm not entirely sure what occurs and how or why. That's what we did.
All right. And with this, was this request made of the county as well, like 55,000 from each?
Madam Chair, Counselor, let me give you a little rationale as the intent is that the MPO has two federal grants. We are required to document every penny spent, both staff and then other services. Since 2020, in a good way, and this is all good, in a good way, the MPO has provided substantively more services to the city than the county. So why is that? Because the city has lost several positions in key areas in public works primarily, and we've been invited to fill that gap happily, right? So as a result, then our tracking is that our federal funding per year is about 86% goes to a city benefit. And the county has a full-time transportation planner, a full-time transport advisory committee. They don't need additional help from us or desire it. So we wanted to play fair. We provided that portfolio perspective to the policy board, and the county voted to say, we agree and support the city in their endeavors.
Thank you. Mr. Klug, you said you were working, or Director Klug, sorry, you said you had 12 vacancies. You're currently working on 10. I think you said you're recruiting and casting a broad net. Where are you recruiting through? Where are you casting that broad net?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rivera, I'd like to bring up Heather Lamboy and also Tom Graham. I think they can both speak to that directly because they've been personally involved in doing that. I could speak about it, but I think they could give you a better explanation.
Madam Chair, Councilmember Rivera, for the planning position, more specifically the historic preservation manager position, I'll use as an example. So we have advertised with the Western Planner, which represents it's an organization that represents all planners in the western portion of the United States. As Director Brown mentioned earlier, using social media and posting it on our personal networks as well as the city network regarding these positions. And I am a member of the Urban Design and Historic Preservation division of the American Planning Association. So working with Marcel, who is the manager, and I've forgotten his last name, but the manager of that division to get the word out nationally. And there is one other organization that I reached out. Oh, I'm sorry, APA New Mexico, our local division for the American Planning Association.
All right, and is that the position that Ms. Bordergray held?
Madam Chair, Councilmember Rivera, no, that is the position Carly Piccirillo held. So the manager, Ms. Bordergaray, she was replaced by Lanny McCauley, who has been transferred from current planning to historic preservation, where she previously worked and expressed a desire to return.
All right, and do we do exit interviews like with Ms. Bordergray? Do we know that? I mean, she just went over to the county, so I assume all this is public record, but my understanding is she went over for more money.
Madam Chair, Councilmember Rivera, that is correct.
So in all these nets that are being cast, are we being competitive as possible with other salaries throughout the country? I'm sure there's a lot of people requesting these positions. Are we being competitive?
Madam Chair, Councilmember Rivera, so in my tenure, which is coming up on a year already, we have done interview processes about 7 times. And I would say about 4 out of those 7, when we made an offer for the salary, it was turned down for that reason. I mean, there was one other reason in that the person decided not to move to Santa Fe. But all the other reasons were because we weren't competitive. Even somebody from Mora who wanted to come home could not afford to live in Santa Fe, but just to come home and be close to family where he works in Commerce City, Colorado now.
I don't know.
I think the city manager wanted to add to that.
Yeah, Madam
Councilor
Chair,
Rivera.
Counselor, thank you. If I can just interject really quick, I think from a comfort standpoint, we'd like to avoid specifics of individual employees and their personal business of why they may have chosen. I think if we can speak in hypotheticals or talk about in a broader way, but I want to make sure we protect the privacy of those individuals as well. Okay.
I don't think I asked a question that was in public record, so I don't know if it matters, but.
Madam Chair, Councilor Rivera.
Mr. Graham, would you just introduce yourself again, please? I think we flagged to you, but I'm not sure the cameras picked you up, and you're not always in front of us, so.
All right. My name's Tom Graham. I'm the Assistant Land Use Director over the Development Branch. And Madam Chair, Councilor Rivera, we have also been casting our net through professional organizations like ICC or Plans Examiner, which we actually just recently received
some out-of-state response from. So hopefully we'll get an LOE out of this posting that's currently up there. And as far as other organizations like LinkedIn and Indeed, we've used them as well. And we're just putting it out as many places as we can.
All right, so Mr. Klug, you're the director, so I want to know, as we begin to recruit and send out all this information, I assume we refer them back to Human Resources to fill out an application at the very least. And the only thing listed, because we get job openings every day from HR, is the planner manager position. So as we're recruiting and asking people to come here, how are we doing that? How do they apply if there's no positions listed?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rivera, thank you for the question. So I think that may be just circumstantial recently because we're always posting, you know, there just very recently in the last month or so, there was an advertisement where pretty much every recruitment on there was land use. So, and then we do, recruit individuals. We've had recent success. And then, as Heather mentioned, we also have some struggles. But I think it may just be that we just don't have those. I think some of those other positions may be in play right now as far as an LOE, or we're waiting for some reason or another on that advertisement, or we maybe know somebody that might be interested in the from the outside that we want to be strategic about, when that is advertised. I think that's the best answer I can give now, but definitely it's an ebb and a flow for sure. So maybe right now it's a little bit of an ebb.
What's an LOE?
I apologize, list of eligibles.
All right. So there's not again, planner manager is the only thing listed, and that came out today with job openings within the city. So, I hope that if we're going to recruit and cast that broad net, that we can then refer them back to the job openings and they have a place to go to fill out an application as quickly as possible and send a resume or whatever else is required to do that.
Absolutely.
I agree with Councilor Lindell. 12 vacancies is a lot and it can take its toll. And I think we all see your staff here till midnight with us at council meetings, including yourself. I appreciate that. But Heather's here and Dan's here often with us, and that gets old after a while. So I hope that we can find some help to know that several positions were turned down because of salary. I hope we've made other salary adjustments throughout the year because of Public Works needed an engineer and we had to make some adjustments there. And fortunately, we were able to hire somebody, I think, for a year, but then they left somewhere for more money. So I hope that if funding truly is the reason that we can't get people here, that we would hear that from you and that we would know and that we could then take necessary measures to make sure that we're competitive and that we're able to hire the best people to come in and that we know they're going to stay for years and years once they get here. So that was that, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A lot of my questions have been answered. You went pretty fast, Director Klug, at the beginning. So I just want to double check the numbers that were in the budget book for the general plan update, the 319,000 and the 152,000 for diagnostic review of the land development code. Is that in addition to what we've already approved funding for, or are you just reiterating those amounts that will continue for this next year or fiscal year?
Madam Chair, Councilwoman Villarreal, thank you for the question. So those are quote unquote recurring.
So carryover.
Carryover, thank you. I apologize.
No. I'm just making a joke because we keep talking about this carryover and there are carryovers and this is one of them. Okay, so that's not new funding. That's
be perfectly clear. It's part of the maintenance budget. I think that's maybe how Director Oster would characterize it.
Okay. Thank you. And then can you say a little more about the residential pipeline map? Yeah, maybe start there.
Certainly. Thank you, Madam Chair, Councilwoman Villarreal. So as you all may be aware, Land Use Department has been tracking the housing pipeline, in conjunction with the Office of Affordable Housing for, I believe, since the ordinance changed, since the code, for inclusionary zoning and, housing was updated. I believe that's I don't want to misspeak, but I believe it's 2017. Anyway, I think we've been tracking it since 2017. And it was the job of a senior planner to track that, or the planning manager. And it was basically in a spreadsheet. And we still track it in the background in the spreadsheet, but this is a really, I think a great innovation where our staff has been working for, I think about 6 months now to digitize all the information and get it onto a virtual platform where it's easily accessible and it, has this interactive capacity. And also there's an immediacy, there's more of an immediacy to the update of the information. We can update it more frequently. We will probably do that, quarterly. But in the past with the spreadsheet, we'd struggle to do it quarterly, but I think you all should expect it to be updated at least quarterly for all current development, in the pipeline. So that's, projects that are coming up that haven't been approved yet, approved projects under construction.
Thank you. I think this is important piece. We don't have this data readily available. And so there's numbers that get thrown around all the time. Some that we hear from staff, some that people, I think, take from past numbers, like including the number of affordable units we need, or just units we need in general. And I think that the city doesn't do a great job presenting data, not your department necessarily, but I don't think we do a good job showing the numbers so that people understand the lay of the land, not just historically, but also trends. So this is an important piece so that I think we can access and the community can access. And so we really have a better understanding of residential development happening in the different types of residential development. So is that something that you have promoted already, or is it still in the works and that's going to be launched later?
Madam Chair, Councilwoman Villarreal. So we actually plan on doing a test run very soon in the next few weeks. And then we'll put out a press release and then launch that hopefully within, definitely by the beginning of the year, if not much sooner. I think it will.
Beginning of the next
Fiscal
year? Fiscal year. Okay.
I'd like to say, it's definitely the beginning of a broader push to digitize this information and make it much more accessible to the public. And we want to, continue that with the land development code and the general plan update to create this, digital platform that allows planners, city councilors, just as it says in the FIR for the general plan, to allow, or the resolution, I apologize, to allow greater access, more immediate access, and more, to your point, more clear access. The housing pipeline will, include data by district, and it will also include the market rate versus affordable housing. It's going to have a lot of detailed information for you to pull from.
And is that just for current year, or can you actually look in the past 5 years, et cetera?
I believe, I don't want to misspeak, but I believe that's a capability in it as well. We'll go back. I think we can go back as far as we were collecting data.
Right. That would be important. The other thing is, I think some people think some development just happened to be approved recently when actually it was approved in 2019. And then it's just getting to the point where it's actually, you're seeing the construction. That would be helpful.
This will illustrate that. You'll be able to see those projects that have been, they've received their entitlements, maybe almost 3 years ago, and they're just now coming in for permitting.
Great. That's great to hear. And then the other piece that has to do with data, I believe, is the MPO's travel demand model, forecasting growth to 2050. And just wanted to hear a little bit more about that and what it will be, what kind of things it will be showing.
Madam Chair, again, for the record, Eric Oney, Director of the Santa Fe Metropolitan Planning Organization. Excellent question and good news. We've been working diligently with the travel demand model consultant since August on this project. We have provided demographic data. We've been partnering with the city and the county to give him all the appropriate information. He has updated that model and will continue to do what I would submit to you is scenario planning in terms of where travel and traffic will be going in the near and far future. So we have an ongoing contractual relationship with that gentleman, as the city has a 30-year contractual relationship with Mr. Bob Scholl, which is pretty impressive that he's still doing exceptional work for the city. So very happy to work with him and have a deliverable that we can provide to the land use department, to consultants, and to whoever else may be doing projects within the community using that valuable data.
Is that also going to help make the connection between development plans and development proposals so that they can actually look at transportation trends? And this is, I'm talking about for staff and also for developers. Do you see that as being a resource, or how are you seeing it would be utilized best?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Councilor, two things. Number one is that the advancements in technology that are available primarily for mobile phone data to then inform travel demand modeling is spectacularly sort of a super cool phenomenon right now that we are exploring deeply with a private software firm in conjunction with our work with Mr. Bob Scholl for just that. Senior Transportation Planner Hannah Burnham has been actively involved with the pipeline project, which we're happy to do, and that the opportunity there is merging some of the data points to have a broader spectrum of what is going on today and what are the opportunities to look at that in the future. So hopefully that helps.
Thank you. I guess I'm looking to see the connection between, having us, it assist us in looking at transportation trends to improve connectivity and also multimodal access based on growth and development occurring. I guess that's what I was hoping it would do.
Right, Madam Chair and Councilor. Also a valuable tool as the city considers the update to the comprehensive plan by informing just that. Mr. Scholl, EcoSource Management, working with our team, can do scenarios that picks out in the nimble element of the now technology with the plan is again quite extraordinary to look out and teasing out, for example, just the number of local traffic on a particular primary sector, teasing out the commuters, and then looking at the scenario what ifs, and providing for us primarily now with the potential for the comp plan and other efforts is what if there is a marginal change in movement in transit going up by a percentage, automobile usage going down, walking. And so we can now pretty much tease out those propositions and then ask for what that would look like now and in the future, primarily with the new advancements in technology.
Thank you.
And I can go into at a later time, like really fun, crazy stuff.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Heather Lamboy, Councilmember Villarreal. So part of the comprehensive plan and the overall intent of the comprehensive plan is to make it more actionable. And as part of that, we'll be developing traffic policy and also developing maps that relate to cost affordable projects. So those projects that have received budget funding within the next 5 years, and then utilizing Eric's data or the data that we acquire through Eric, the long range planning. So for capital improvements, for development projects and all of those types of things, we will identify the specific needs of the road network for 20 years. And that's going to be dynamic because traffic demands change. And as we see maybe more people using Santa Fe trails, how do we need to pivot? And what kind of improvements do we need to make for bus stops, maybe in areas that are underserved or not served? So that is an intent of the comprehensive plan, is to be actionable. And that's one example.
Great, thank you so much. I think, you know, I've always been concerned about the staff shortages, and then now we're looking at just vacancies. We were able to staff up, but now we aren't able to support or fill those positions. And I was just curious about specifically about plans examiners. And we have how many vacancies? And then how does that fit into what we're approving with the third party examiners, private examiners?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Councilwoman Villarreal. Thank you for the question. So were you speaking of vacancies in the building division specifically?
Yes.
Thank you. So we have two vacancies in the building division. One is the construction plans examiner, which we have had challenges recruiting. And then we have one permit technician, which is an entry-level position. So we need the construction plans examiner. You know, these are very intensive positions that have a lot of qualifications related to them, a lot of experience is needed, certifications. And so they are challenging to find. We do need the plans examiner to position more to implement the green building code update more than anything, because it does have multifamily facets, you know, in the new, and also the new energy code will have many requirements that person will need to look at. You know, we just have one plans examiner currently, and it's just that just makes us go slower on that front. We just, in order to take on new objectives like that, we need more support. And so the third-party plan review, which Tom could probably speak to more if need be, the intention of that is to augment services and to allow bigger projects, you know, fundamentally bigger projects to move through the system more quickly. It's not intended to replace current staff. You know, we still need to build the ladder in the building division and create those positions for other reasons. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Yeah, I just wanted to see where we were at for those vacancies and what's that doing to the workload. Because that's kind of the starting point. And then if that's not moving forward, then I think everything gets backed up. Would you say that is a fair assessment?
Madam Chair, Councilor Villarreal, yes, that can definitely happen. You know, it's a steady flow, and we're managing it. And yes, we could definitely use more capacity to manage it better.
Okay. And you think with the third party private piece that will help in the short term, correct?
Councilor Villarreal, I think we'll have to wait and see. You know, it really is a pilot program. Our hope is that it will help with the capacity, but it definitely is to, you know, augment capacity and allow a fast track, so to speak, for larger development. And then, you know, eventually maybe it can be for smaller permits. But the beauty of it is that, you know, if larger developers do utilize it, it will make all the smaller bore permits go more quickly.
Yes, that's our hope. That's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I have a few questions. I want to talk also about vacancies. So the Historic Preservation Division, is it only missing the manager? Is that the only position vacant?
Madam
there?
Chair, that's correct.
Okay. And in terms of our personnel or people focused on short-term rentals, which of these vacancies, if any, affect that area?
So, Madam Chair, the enforcement section is fully staffed.
Okay. Okay. And you mentioned three positions that are being reclassified, and I think you told us about one, the engineering position is that one of the three that's being reclassified, or are there three others on top of that?
Madam Chair, I'm happy to elaborate on that. So the first position was the planning division manager. I believe it was called Greg Smith's old position. we converted that to construction inspector supervisor for historic. And so that's to help, build that career ladder in historic, and also just to build capacity for inspections, because we really need that. We've struggled in from that perspective.
And what'd you call that again? Planning?
Construction inspector supervisor.
Okay, thanks.
And then in engineering, that's another division that we've really wanted to help, create a stronger career ladder. And so in that position, we've struggled to, or excuse me, that division, we've struggled to hire the engineer position, which has been very difficult. And so we've decided to convert that position to two other positions, which would, serve the same function fundamentally. One is the engineer associate. We want to reclassify that to a land use compliance officer senior to give the land use compliance officers a career ladder, and then to open up a land use compliance officer position so that we have more capacity for inspections of infrastructure, and then to create a engineer tech senior position, which would be between the engineer associate and the city engineer, just to create that ladder, and to allow people to, acclimatize to that work and learn more and more progressively, so that they could easily become the city engineer, in due course. So I think that move will be ultimately more successful than having the engineer position under the city engineer.
Okay. And Director Oster, I think you may be the best person to answer this, but I'm happy to have others jump in. So we do have a class and comp study. Can you, and I'm sure we'll talk about this more when we have human resources in front of us, but I think it is relevant given the fact that we are talking about a department with challenges with hiring. And so we have a class and comps study. Can you give the status of that? We also have money in the budget to actually fund it. Can you help me understand how that will perhaps help some of the issues that are being experienced in land use?
Certainly, Madam Chair and members of the committee. So I would like to draw your attention to the human resources section of the budget book, which starts on page 84. At the top of 85, you'll see a bullet for $1.2 million to fund citywide employee salary increases that may be recommended by the compensation and classification study. And we will be hearing from the Human Resources Division tomorrow. So I don't want to,
steal their thunder.
Take away from that presentation.
Right.
But I will say that one of the overall goals of compensation and class studies in general is to look at market placement and also internal structure alignment. So one of the objectives of doing a comp and class study is to look at whether or not salary adjustments are needed in order to be competitive in the overall market regionally, or, whatever the baseline they're looking at. So we don't know what that study is going to show. They're in the process of completing it. And then as soon as it's finished, we have set aside money in the FY24 budget in order to implement those recommendations. So in the case of land use or any other division, if there is a need for pay adjustments, we have this $1.2 million pool to implement the recommendations of the comp and class study, which could include salary adjustments for land use or other divisions throughout the city.
Okay, thank you. And I guess the other question I have goes back to Director Klug about, one thing I hear a lot from constituents, and one of many reasons constituents reach out to me is because they have trouble getting responses to their interactions with you, whether it's permitting or calling you with a question or a question about their neighbor's building, and they have trouble getting through. They have trouble reaching somebody. There's just delays in actually getting those things. And given the situation with your vacancies, you certainly talked about operational challenges, which I would assume this is one piece of that. I don't know. Can you speak to that a little bit? I think you and I had a conversation, I don't know, a while back about kind of maybe how the department's changing, how communication with the public may also be changing, what you're doing in order to help the public understand the situation where you are and how you're trying to be as responsive as you can, and just maybe an opportunity for you to talk about that challenge, which I think I know at least I, as a counselor, hear from my constituents.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that opportunity. So I'd like to start with the understanding that, land use, we have a variety, actually, I'd say a vast number of activities that we undertake within the divisions. And we're, in the 3.5 years that I've been here, we haven't slowed down. We actually sped up during COVID. There was more work to be done. Again, as I mentioned earlier, we may start to see a little bit of a leveling now in some of the divisions, not other ones. I think planning is busier than ever, for example. So we're, land use is just a very busy department. We have a lot of activities. We have a lot of work to do, and we have to, it's like not to wax too poetic, but it's like a symphony, right? There's a lot of different instruments, and they all have to be in tune and playing the correct tune, so it's not a cacophony, and we don't have something that nobody wants to listen to. So it's definitely a balancing act, and we do have capacity challenges that we spoke to, and we've talked about the fact that we have a flat budget, so we're not going to be able to address some of those right now. We definitely look forward to being able to address those, sooner than later in the future. So having said that, I think the staff and land use are all dedicated, and they're driven by, the priorities that are set in front of them, and those do have to be assessed and reassessed. And I feel like there probably is a perception by the public that, or an expectation, maybe a perception and an expectation that we don't get back to them as quickly as we could. We definitely do, but yes, sometimes it takes longer than we would like. And that's basically, it's based on the sheer volume of activities that we deal with. It's as simple as that. We definitely do get to things, and we do have to do expectation setting occasionally. And the other aspect of it is we are trying to, move into this digital environment as quickly as possible. There are challenges to moving forward with those as fast as anyone would like. But I think digital communications and digital platform accessibility is going to make it a lot easier for the community to engage with us, especially when it just comes to day-to-day activities where they need to find an application, they need to find some guidance on a short-term rental. We definitely want to work with constituent services to help, build out the website so that it functions much better for us and for the community. And also this whole notion of, this digital platform for the land development code and general plan update, I think will also help. So helping people to be able to access information and know where it is, I think will aid us in the struggle that you're bringing up.
Sorry. I wanted just to give you that opportunity, I think, to speak to it. Also, the opportunity maybe for the broader public to understand, how things are changing, what you're doing, the volume you're dealing with. And, I think that's a continual pain point that we need to focus on, and maybe constituent services. It'll be very interesting when we get the director there in front of us to hear about how things are changing there, and maybe how they can support you and with communications with the public and trying to get information that's maybe at a baseline level, so that maybe that lifts something off of your plate.
I appreciate that. If I may, there's definitely a symbiotic relationship there that we want to foster. Absolutely.
Yeah. Because I do think I don't know. I know it's frustrating for the public. I know it's hard for you all to take some of the, I don't know. I don't know how to characterize it, but the comments, the responses you get when the public can't reach you, can't get the information they're seeking. I do think there is some expectation setting. We are in a time where people are used to getting things pretty snappy. And so when they have to wait almost any period of time, it's unacceptable. But I do think this is an area where we need to focus some attention.
If I may, I totally agree with you. I think that is part of the challenge. I've seen that just in my career in general, but also when I've been in land use. I think there is this, the world is just moving more quickly. And that is opposed to how land use functions fundamentally, which is not slowly, but measured, right? We have to go through processes that take time.
Right, right.
So that does create some challenges.
But even so, even if the public knew that you were kind of, I just think that somehow we need to help them understand that, some of the stuff takes time, right? And you are short-staffed and there is more volume. And so, you can expect if you put in your application on this date, it's actually in this moment going to take this period of time. And I do think more and more, when you call a national company, they say, we're experiencing a high call volume and we may not be able to get back to you in for 2 to 3 days, but kind of being more forward about that. It helps, I think, settle the public down, because when they call and call and call, or they don't get any response for days and days and days, they get angry, they get upset. And I think if we can be more forward in sort of setting expectations and helping them understand that we're not ignoring you, we're trying to get there. We've received your information. I think that would help. And I don't know, you may be doing that, but
I think we can we can always be better. I think we're trying with the methods that we have in place and the methods that we can implement, with a flat budget. We really want to get that mini CRM, so to speak, off the ground, because I think it will address the exact issue that you're speaking to. And we do need to hire for that. That'll probably go initially to that permit tech and building. And then eventually we would like to hire a full-time position as a communications manager, basically, in that is also knowledgeable in land use, so that there are subject matter experts so that they can, easily guide these, the communications that are needed between staff and constituents. And I think we definitely, I just have to say, yes, I don't think any of my staff intentionally ignore people.
right. I don't think they do either. And I'm not, I just know we hear this a lot. And, I think it's an opportunity to educate the public with what you're dealing with. But two, it's also, hey, what are you doing to address this? And maybe a few ideas about what might be helpful.
We are moving the ball forward. It's just, maybe not as fast as anyone would like, but we've made strides in the time I've been with land use.
Yeah.
Big
Yeah.
strides.
Yeah.
We want to continue.
The green building code, you mentioned, the importance of hiring. Let's see if I can find it in my notes, the construction plans examiner. And that's somebody who's going to be really important once we get the green building code multifamily changes adopted, correct? That's that. Yeah. So, and can you maybe just briefly, and now I'm running out of my own time. We need to move on, where we are in that and just kind of really high overview, what our timing is.
Madam Chair, thank you. I could speak to that, but actually, if Assistant Director Graham would like to come up, and I think he could give you a more detailed response.
Thank you.
Tom Graham, Assistant Land Use Director. Madam Chair, we are looking at a code update currently to follow the state's program for the 2020 NEC National Electric Code and also the 2021 IPC and IMC or UMC and UPC. Those are state mandates that we're going to kind of come into compliance with as well. And then the state is also working on adopting the 2021 IECC, which is the Energy Conservation Code. And that is projected to be coming around the November of this year, sometime between November. No, that's going to come in November, and then we'll be adopting it between November and March of 2024 is the plan that we're going with that. And what that'll basically do is that'll eliminate the need for our green building code that we have in Chapter 7 now. So we would be removing that. And but we would keep amendments for the HERS and the WERS, those requirements that would be more restrictive than the IECC.
Okay, we're out of time, or I'd make you go through all those acronyms. But I kind of understand what you mean. And I think the community that probably is wondering about these things understands what you mean, but the broader public might need a more education. But I see the city manager has his hand up.
Madam Chair, if I can go back just real quick to something that you asked about. There's three quick things I want to throw out. One is, I think, first of all, it's clear Director Klug's doing an extraordinary job with the department. And I think particularly with the additions of both of his assistant directors, we're really seeing momentum building in the right direction about being a dynamic, strategic, efficient team. So that's really exciting. Second thing I want to float real quick is seems to be a little bit of a narrative about the county stealing employees from us. I'm aware of, I think, at least one employee that the city has quote unquote stolen from the county last year that came to land use. So it's not uncommon that we see employees go back and forth between various government agencies. The third thing I want to ask or mention real quick about personnel matters is, or the hiring or the salaries is, it's not as simple for us just to say we've decided there are 2-3 positions in this department that we'd like to increase their salaries. From the internal perspective that we have to look at is if there's a position that Mr. Klug has that is a pay band 19, we have to look at all the pay band 19s across city government, in every department. And there are questions about if there's someone who's a pay band 19 in a different department with 20 years of experience, but how do we pay someone with 5 years? So there's a lot of factors other than just the importance of that position that we have to look at without subjecting ourselves to calls or questions around pay equity, gender equity. Are we treating employees of different races different? There are a lot of things that go into how much we pay a particular employee beyond just the desire that
For a particular position.
for a particular position. Yes, ma'am. So I just want to sort of flag it is the complexity of I commend Director Klug for his flexibility and the creativity he and his team have had about trying to figure out how to move this position, fill this, can we hold that, move it over here? They're really working very hard with our HR team, but it's not as simple as just saying we've decided these positions are more important than others, because that will get us into some trouble with unions and with other departments, and it's a slippery slope.
Yeah, complicated, and there are what I would call lateral considerations across city government when you start looking at particular positions. So
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I just want to, Heather, you had stood up when I was asking, and I'm sorry, if there was something you still wanted to add to the conversation about, response times and getting back to the public and setting expectations and the volume of work in land use.
Yes, Madam Chair, with reference to processes and improving our response times, I think one of the things I'm trying to do, and I'm thinking about how to improve that going forward. We have a public who maybe doesn't want to be digital and would like those touch points.
Yeah,
and
older who struggle with that.
That's correct.
And my district happens to have a lot of that demographic.
So that's correct. And so now that we're able to have more employees in the office, we're setting more appointments in person. So that we are becoming more accessible in that regard, but I'm also trying to strategize on how we can efficiently use our staff resources and having a sort of planner in charge for the day where generic questions come to planning staff and we can answer them in an efficient manner. I've told staff it's okay to say you don't know, but acknowledge and return an email to say you don't know, but you'll get back to them. So because we do want to make sure that we give the right information, and some things require research. So both Jason and I are looking at how we can make our processes more efficient and more accessible. And of course, the residential pipeline map is part of that. We do need to have more robust digital outreach. But, in Santa Fe, it's very important to have that individual in-person outreach. And so hopefully we can continue to improve those things.
Great. And I think that's wonderful just to know that you acknowledge the problem, you're thinking about how to address it, you are taking some steps. And I think that's important for the public to know that we're not asleep at the wheel, but there are people working hard. There have been some improvements made. And as the city manager said, the momentum's going in the right direction. So again, we do need to move on. I want to thank you all for being here. Thank you for spending the greater part of an hour with us. And we will now move on to our last budget, which is tourism. Hello, welcome.
Thank you.
You've been sitting a long time to talk to us.
Oh, those chairs aren't too comfortable.
I know
either.
these aren't either. They look fancy, but they're not.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Randy Randall. I'm Tourism Director for the City of Santa Fe. I'd like to introduce three staff members who are division staff who are here with us. Melanie Moore, who's the Operations Manager for the Community Convention Center. Jordan Gunther, who's the Director of Marketing for Visit Santa Fe, and David Carr, who's Director of Sales for Visit Santa Fe. So glad to have these key team members with me. The mission for Tourism Santa Fe remains the same of promoting economic development through tourism by positioning Santa Fe as a world-class destination that offers leisure and business travelers both unique and authentic experiences in a memorable, beautiful, and culturally and historically significant setting. The next page, I guess, somebody's working that. The budget recommended is $11.5 million. It says funded by lodgers tax. I'd modify that just a little bit to indicate there's about $750,000 worth of earned income from the operation of the convention center, as well as sales for both the visitor guide and the dining guide. Highlights of the use of those funds. Advertising would be $2,085,000. That's up from this year's base budget of $8,850,000. $270,000 to promote various events throughout the community. And that's where Bandstand, New Year's Eve comes out of. And there is a contingency in there for some other new events that we may be able to do a little bit of funding for. There's a $30,000 contingency there. $259,000 worth of contract services for security, maintenance, and upkeep at the Community Convention Center. $216,000 for our public relations effort and our website, and $100,000 of grant funds that are provided for the Occupancy Tax Advisory Board to administer. And that's generally almost primarily for new events or for existing events who bring forth a new idea that will either give them greater impact or perhaps add a day to what they do to bring in more visitation to the city. Some highlights from our last year. Oh, good, we're on that. We love our accolades. We were ranked third best city in the United States by Travel and Leisure's Readers Poll, ranking third place with Condé Nast Reader Poll for the best small cities in the United States. And we were ranked, as I think you've heard before, number 7 in the world as far as a destination for art lovers. In calendar 2022, we received 30 of these sorts of significant accolades. And so far, we're at 6 for 2023. But they tend to come out a little bit further in the year. We got the visitors. Well, first of all, the restrooms are open down on Water Street, and we've got a great new visitor kiosk there that is getting a lot of attention and helping a lot of visitors. And we actually have signage on the restrooms now so that people know what that cute little building is for. So signage has been installed. We've restarted the department's group sales efforts. From the pandemic, it took a while to get group sales going. Business travel is still running significantly behind, not just in Santa Fe, but nationally. And let's face it, businesses realized and found out during the pandemic that they can operate with this wonderful thing called Zoom. And Zoom is going to be causing a lot of meetings to be hybrid, with some in person and some Zoom, which actually is a benefit for Santa Fe because we're limited by our capacity particularly in the convention center. And it will allow us to actually attract groups that used to require 1,000 or 1,500 rooms on peak. They may now be 500 rooms on peak with that other 1,000 people coming in on Zoom. So I think there's a silver lining in that. And then let's see, we want to talk about some goals, I guess. Goals for next year, we want to increase the occupancy in the city by 2 points. We want to continue on our ongoing maintenance program of the convention center. It is in remarkable shape. And as I came over here today, they were continuing to do some painting that we used to let go for months. We're going to have we hope, a new visitor program on the plaza where we've got a person walking around with a vest that says, "Ask me, I can help you," and to try to extend ourselves out to our visitor a little bit more. Going to increase our group sales production, and we're going to expand our partnership on the Santa Fe Marketplace, which is the digital marketplace that we created during the pandemic. That's a shared responsibility with the Chamber of Commerce. Just to summarize, we've had an absolutely amazing rebound in tourism since the pandemic. For the last fiscal year, the lodgers tax recorded just over $16 million. Prior to that, the best fiscal year in the history of the city was $12.5 million. So it's a huge increase. And the great news is for 8 months now completed in our fiscal year that we've got lodgers tax information on, compared to that record year last year, we're 14% ahead. So lodgers tax is not only on track to do another $16+ million, it's going to probably do 17, maybe 17.5 million for this current fiscal year. And we don't see any reason that won't continue on for next year. I don't think that we're going to see any significant drop in that. We're pleased to be able to maintain our advertising at the level that we're at. To remind folks, 10 years ago, our advertising program was less than $400,000 a year. And so now we're up to a little over 2 million, which is absolutely wonderful for our partners. And we're, as I mentioned, doing a superb job of maintaining the community convention center. So with that, I would stand for questions.
Thank you. And if I could, Mr. Hopkins, I think now can we talk about the lodgers tax, just a educational moment of how that revenue stream is limited in what it can be used for, especially now that we've heard it's had a bumper year and it's maybe in line to repeat.
Yes, Madam Chair, councilors, the way the lodgers tax is broken up is out of the total amount, 1/7 goes to arts. Basically 3/7 goes to the convention center. Let's see, that's marketing, which is, hold on, sorry, I should have brought my glasses down. This is a little hard to see.
I bet we can get a delivery.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. Okay, yes, once, hold on, computer's acting weird.
Those fractions are tricky,
They are.
especially because I don't think they're represented in the code as fractions, are they?
Okay, so yeah, so 3/7 goes to convention center. 1/7 goes to arts. And then of the remaining 3/7, 1.5/7 goes to special uses and 1.5/7 goes to marketing. That would be, I guess, 3/14 go to each one of those areas.
Okay, I think that's helpful background. So just wanted to give us some context. And I think I'll use this as a moment to launch that I think in the coming year, I would like, and we will be having some presentations with this committee, the finance committee, around our different funds and how they are structured, I guess. So I think it's good background for this committee to have going forward. And so, yeah, so I'll leave it there. Thank you. Questions on this budget? Councilwoman, do you want to start, or Councilor Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, Director Randall, bandstand on the south side, I asked this question earlier and I'm sure you're prepared to answer it. So is this something we're going to continue to support and look at?
Madam Chair, Councilor, definitely. We've got a new contract for 4 years of bandstand production. It requires a minimum of 2 performances on the south side. Actually, in this year's, and it gets reviewed annually. This year we'll have 3. They're also going to strengthen those performances to ensure that they're of the highest quality that we can for that area, because we want to see some growth in the attendance at those performances.
Great, thank you. So the 17,500 that's in the budget for arts and culture, that comes from you, from your department?
Madam Chair, Councilor, no, it comes from lodger's tax, but it's not allocated from, it's pre-allocated as Andy indicated. 1 point of the 7 points of lodger tax funds arts and culture. That's worth about $1.3 million right now. And so that it comes out of that $1.3 million that they have allocated.
So can you, within your budget, absorb the summer bandstand and the New Year's Eve event and allow arts and culture to have that 17.5 for, they don't have much of a budget anyway, but to utilize for maybe other things?
Madam Chair, Councilor, we certainly can. To be clear, in our budget, there's $50,000 for bandstand. Those dollars used to come entirely out of the arts and culture budget, but we've picked them up in tourism. And so rather than giving another $10,000 to the contract only requires an amount of 50, and they have to raise the rest of the funds through private sector funding. If they run short, we could maybe help with a little bit, but I think I'd leave it up to the contractor to find the extra 10,000.
Okay, and I'm not sure as a committee, that's where we'll go. I just wanted to ask the question. So. One last thing, when it's the third from the last bullet point on page 43, it says maintain a citywide average rate and increase occupancy by 2 points. What does that 2 points really mean?
Well, I haven't calculated what a point of occupancy citywide. I could do that and get back to you on that, assuming that the average rate holds, because what we've seen this last year, we're about 4 points of occupancy below pre-pandemic levels. But the average rate in the city wide is up 25%, which is a remarkable increase. So it's fairly aggressive as I'm thinking about this, that we could actually add 2 points of occupancy and not see a little bit of an erosion of that average rate, because it's the new occupancy will be primarily during the week or in the off season, because the weekends from April through October are almost at capacity. So it's probably a little aggressive to think that we could add the 2 points without a little bit of a decline in average rate, but maybe we could do a little bit more in occupancy. But I'll calculate that number for you and distribute it.
Yeah, just a curiosity thing on my point. The last question.
No one's ever asked me before that.
I haven't seen many new hotels built in the city, but I've seen quite a few converted into homes, affordable housing and other things. Is that going to affect you in any way?
Madam Chair, Counselor, I don't think so. I think what's being converted have been lower occupancy and probably lower rated facilities. It will, by taking a few rooms out, it'll increase demand a little bit. And frankly, it's the increased demand that's allowed this average rate to grow like it was. One hotel I know was having some significant problems in staffing, and they increased their rate last year by about 35%, thinking that it would slow down occupancy a little bit. And in fact, they got 35% more and occupancy remained the same. So I don't think that will have a negative impact. We also have the possibility of 2 small properties coming in the next 2 years.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being with us. Just to follow up on the funding for community events, the 270,000, is that on top of the funding that was already approved in fiscal year 23 for New Year's Eve and Dia de Muertos events?
Madam Chair, Councilwoman, no, that includes those funds. That's an annual reoccurring number.
Okay, so this is annual reoccurring. Well, part of it's annual reoccurring for New Year's Eve and Dia de Muertos, and then there's additional ones in this one. Is that correct? The 270?
Madam Chair, Councilwoman, that's correct. That's where the 50,000 for bandstand is. There are funds in there for the literary festival. They're out of OTAB. Indigenous Peoples Day is funded in there. Fiestas is funded in there. There's some rodeo funding in there, about 18,000 for the rodeos. So it's a mixture, but there is $30,000 of new dollars that have not been allocated yet. And there's always a possibility in this size budget we move funds around a little bit as we need to.
Great. I think that 17,500 we were talking about could be used for cultural programming, and I realize it wouldn't go towards the contract for bandstand because that's fixed, but there are these other kind of needs that come up for, I don't know if it's really equipment, but things that you see. I know that for the event, sometimes things come up and there's no budget for that. So do you think that what you said, the 30,000 could kind of fill that gap in case something comes up for New Year's Eve or bandstand or any of the other events that you listed on here?
Madam Chair, Councilwoman, the 7,500 for New Year's Eve would have to come out of that 30. But the 10, as I said, I don't think that would be required. And we're always there to help an event with a small, and a lot of what we can do is in kind as well as actual dollars.
Yeah, I think that would be a good balance, especially because there's more funding in your budget that's available. So I think I'm excited to see these events and what you'll sponsor. And I'm assuming you'll be connecting and coordinating with the the event coordinators, specifically like Indigenous Peoples Day, they'll have, potentially their own community related events and activities.
Madam
And
Chair, Council, we actually produce Indigenous Peoples' Day. That's the one event, and Art Week are two that we primarily produce. The rest of them we support.
right, I guess what I'm saying is produce, but you should also coordinate with the folks that are actually Indigenous that will be running the programs, the
Absolutely.
community programs. So I'm looking forward to seeing that and moving forward. And the other piece, hemming and hawing up here. I think some people are ready to go. The other question I had was about the OTAB, Occupational Tax Advisory Board. And that's 100,000. And I guess I'm curious about that board. One, about the membership, because we haven't seen any new appointments lately. And I don't know if they were active during COVID. So maybe you could give us a little bit of background and tell us some of the things that's been funding. I don't know if you have a breakdown of maybe the past few years of OTAB, because we don't see that because it gets approved through OTAB. But there are some important projects, like you just mentioned the literary festival. And I was curious what other things are being funded through that source.
Madam Chair, Councilwoman, the OTAB board makeup, as you know, it has 2 people active in the hotel business, 2 people active in related business, and 1 serves at large. They can be from the city or the county from a resident standpoint. Current chair is Rick Blythe, the Vice President of Operations now for La Fonda Hotel, and Lutz Arnhold from the Rosewood Anasazi is the other lodging member, because he's currently serving as the president of the Santa Fe Lodgers Association. And we've attempted to keep one of the lodging seats for whoever is the current member of the Lodging Association, to create more synergy between what OTAB does and what the Lodging Association does. 2 at large are Bonnie Bennett and Ray Sandoval, and then the 2 related, and then the at large is Carlos Medina. And I believe those appointments, it did stay active during the pandemic. It met by Zoom. It went down to every other month meeting, and I believe the appointments were done within the last year or so. It's current, it's up to date. As to projects funded, this year we did the new the music groups got together, Artful Soul. Thank you, man. That was done in February. Literature Week, and there's a third one I can't remember. And there's currently $15,000 of this year's funds that have not been allocated. We didn't get as many applications as we wanted. And so we do have an applicant coming in to present to OTAB in April. It'll be the Lenzik to do a new jazz festival in the 3rd week of September, which is one of the only weekends of the June through the middle of October timeframe that we don't have a major event. So the Jazz Week, we think, could be a really exciting opportunity. So I'm very hopeful that OTAB will allocate whatever funds we have left out of the current year for that event. And we actually give an organization the whole calendar year to spend the monies. And if we don't get it out within a current budget, we take it out of the next year's, and it just seems to always even out for us. But that gives a lot more flexibility to the organizations to spend, because it's done on a reimbursement basis.
It's not reimbursed. What did you say?
It is done on a reimbursement. If an organization were to get a full allocation, the largest grant that can be given is $30,000. We'd allow up to 1/3 of that to go out ahead of time, but the balance would have to be on reimbursement.
What's the typical size of grants that you all give out?
They're, Madam Chair, Councilwoman, they're averaging probably around 20,000.
It would be great to see a breakdown of the past. Well, since you said you did it during COVID, it would be good, maybe the last 5 years, just to know what kinds of things are funded. And also, how do you advertise when that comes up? Because I haven't seen it on our social media for the city when there's an opportunity for OTAB applications.
Madam Chair, Councilwoman, I'd be happy to get you the list of the 5 past years, and we'll distribute it to the entire Finance Committee. And the primary way we market it, we put out a monthly newsletter that goes to a little over 3,000 partners within Santa Fe City and County, and we promote it in there. Frankly, we get about a 35% open rate on that, and the 65 who don't open don't deserve to get our money, my opinion. So
35% is pretty good for.
I think it is pretty good, but we also promote it through, tourism has a social media program as well, and we promote it through that.
And do we ever put it on city social media?
Madam Chair, Councilwoman, I know it's on the city website. I don't know if
Nobody looks at our website. Sorry to say. It's getting better though, because it's improved. However, I'm just saying, like, social media to let folks know about this opportunity, I think would be helpful.
It's a great idea. I don't know if they have in the past, but we certainly will include that going forward.
Yeah, that'd be good. And then
we do need to move on. We've been doing really great on time, and I do want to finish at 4, so we have a break before council at 5.
So the last question I have is about the Plaza Roving Visitor Information Program. Is that something new that you're trying out, and does that require funding?
Madam Chair, Councilwoman, yes, it would be new. It would be seasonal employees, and it requires $57,000 worth of annual funding.
50,000?
57.
57, and that's in your budget? That's in this budget?
Madam Chair, Councilwoman, it will be, yes.
It will be in this budget. It is in this budget, you mean?
Yes.
Okay. And then we had these, I don't know what we called them, I'm forgetting, maintenance teams that would help with different areas in the downtown area to help clean up.
Madam Chair, Councilwoman, we refer to that as our litter patrol. And
There
it
was
has
another name that you all use, but I can't remember it, and I was just
litter
curious.
patrol. That's all
Thank
we've
you.
called it, but it has currently has 2 people.
Okay, so that's still going?
Yes.
Okay,
We need to move on.
thank you.
Councilor Lindell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here, Mr. Randall, and all of the other folks that work over at the convention center. So just a couple of very quick questions. $100,000 for OTAB event funding support. What have been the events they've supported? Just a few of them.
Madam Chair, Councilor Lindell, Literature Festival, comedy weekend, what else? Yeah, Cloud Top Comedy, flamenco.
That's good. Just trying to get an idea.
But we will give you a list of what has been funded during the last 5
That's
years.
great. Okay, so I'm on page 43. Nice job. 3rd best city destination, 3rd place best small cities in US, ranking number 7 best destination art lovers in the world. Just give it a little more. You're almost number 1. Come on. Nice job with that. Really
Thank you.
nice job. The group has done terrific. I also want to say that I've been to a few events at the convention center in the last year. And I think that the on the ground staff that's over there are absolutely terrific. I always ask the people that are sponsoring the event, if they need anything, if there's any way we can help. The answer is always, no, they've been great. We've got everything we need. So I think that's your group, Melanie. They've just been terrific. And I always ask the group that is sponsoring the event if it's been smooth, if they've needed anything. And inevitably, they're very, very pleased with how things have gone for them with the city. So keep it up.
Madam Chair, Councilor, thank you for that. And we're really proud of the team we've got over there.
Should be. They represent all of us really, really well. They're cheerful. I've seen people ask them for stuff that's kind of like, really? And they're super cheerful about it. And if they can do it, they do it. And that kind of attitude goes a long way. So I appreciate your budget. You guys have done great. The city's done great. It's wonderful to see the occupancy that we have. So thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Randy and the team, for being here. I just have a couple of quick questions. As we know, tourism is one of our huge economic drivers, and how do we really work on really spreading that benefit to the entire community? We do have a lot of opportunities on the South Side, especially with Meow Wolf as an anchor. And I'm curious about any efforts to really promote some of the South Side with Meow Wolf there, and with a lot of the new developments and restaurants and things that are happening, some of the work that the chamber is doing, and any collaborations there to see how we bring some of the tourism over to the South Side so that there is that economic benefit on that part of the city.
Madam Chair, Councilor, thank you for that. I am working with the chamber on their effort to engage more businesses from the South Side. We have a section in the visitor guide, as well as santafe.org that gets 1.5 million visitors a year, to talk about businesses on the South Side. We've tried to get them to, like, for the example, we do a new dining guide, a menu guide. We reached out and tried to get restaurants from the South Side to participate in the guide. And we were not successful with that, but we will continue to try to do that. The cost of entry for a full page for a restaurant to put their menu in is $500 a year. As I explained to them, they lose more than that through breakage than the opportunity to promote themselves in that guide. It's an effort that we really need to make. I'm actually having lunch with Bridget from the chamber and a couple of Southside people on Friday in a restaurant on the South Side to see what we can do to use more of our resources to help them expand their business if they want visitation there. There are some businesses that frankly don't necessarily want to reach out to the visitor.
Well, of course, that is their option to choose whether or not they want to advertise such, but I do want to make sure that any that do want to take advantage are really getting the support. Do you know how much transportation is an issue, and if there is anything that you've been looking at in that vicinity of how we get people over there?
Madam Chair, Councilor Cassidy, it's interesting. Half our rooms are on the South Side. If you think about it, as you go out Cerritos Road and feed to the South Side. So if I had a business on the South Side, that's where I would start, reaching out to those properties. They're a little bit harder to work with because they're limited service. They don't have as much staff. They don't have, they have a person at the front desk as opposed to a couple of people with time to communicate and share. But I think that's where, as I'm trying to help our South Side businesses get more visitation, is going to be to work with the limited services properties on the south side that have the visitor there already. And they've got to get tired of coming downtown if that's where they're going to a restaurant and paying a higher price and having to find a place to park their car or whatever. So we're going to do what we can to integrate Southside businesses into our whole effort.
Wonderful. Thank you. And then my other question would be around marketing and expansion of markets. And if there's anything that we're looking at, both in terms of geographic location and also, I know we've discussed this before, age, and really how do we market Santa Fe to, the millennial travelers that our generation were really into the whole traveling thing, as well as, family travel, and just if there's been a little bit more of a focus there as opposed to individuals who may be coming simply for the opera tickets, which, is not going to be, I'm not taking my son to the opera. I can tell you that. That'd be a disaster.
No, Madam Chair, Counselor, we don't operate, we don't market to the opera ticket buyer, quite honestly. We don't have to. Our primarily focus is at a younger traveler and the family traveler. We've seen that grow considerably. In 2022, 76% of the visitors who came to Santa Fe were under 65, as opposed to this perception that everybody's over 65 that are coming here. So I think we've been very successful in reducing the age. I know it's been a target of this administration.
Necessarily a reduction. It's an expansion of age. We don't want anyone to not come.
Right. And it's part of the growth that we've seen, which is exciting. But if you look at our visitor guide, we show younger couples in it. We show families in it a lot. We don't show the gray-haired visitor in the visitor guide as much. And I know I get offended by that as well, but it's what we're doing. As to markets, the state this last year moved into the LA market and Southern California market with a campaign. When they move into a market, they spend $2 to $3 million in that market. Remember, that's our entire budget. But with the state going into LA and really targeting on LA, we were able to do some digital follow-up in that marketplace. And Los Angeles last year was our fourth largest city market, bringing people to, it was bigger than Houston, which is kind of amazing, and definitely bigger than Austin. We think we've got a lot of options still in Austin and Houston. But with the size of our budget, we can't expand it a whole lot unless we piggyback on areas that the state's moving into.
Madam Chair, could I add a little bit to that? I just want to talk a little.
Yeah, I'm going to warn that Councilor Cass, it's almost out of time and we still need to approve this budget.
And that
before
was
4
my
o'clock.
last question.
Awesome.
It was just a 10-second. I just want to say one of the exciting things about what's happening in Santa Fe is that we're bringing more diversity to our events. We're having Juneteenth, we're having Pride Fest, right? We're bringing Art and Soul, and he just talked about the Jazz Festival. So when you talk about the demographic changes, we also have 2 film festivals that we're actually starting to sponsor too. So you're going to see this change of the travel demographic because of these new events that are coming on board. So we're just about to launch them out in this new fiscal year.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. I don't think we have any more questions. Are you good? Yeah, okay, so we'll get to that. All right, I think we're done. So, question for me, and I think what I'd like to entertain is a motion to preliminarily approve this budget. And we can have a discussion. And Councilwoman Villarreal, you had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just the question about adjustments, like the 17,500 for arts and culture. And then we also, I don't know if Councilwoman Cassett, the 55,000 was another piece there of Well, that one, I don't know where the funding source would come from, so we'd probably have to talk about it. But if this is just moving funding sources that are there, should we make the amendment?
So here's the problem. We do not have the thing in front of us that we amend. This is the problem we got into last year. We do not amend the budget book. The budget book is like the supporting packet material. At finance next week, we will have the resolution that approves the budget and which contains the spreadsheets that are in here. Those are the things that we amend, and we will be introducing that at finance on Monday. And that was a problem last year. We didn't get that introduced until I think after the budget hearings were finished. And so what we've been working on is that resolution is the thing we have to use to move money around. So I think that's why I want to say we're preliminarily approving this budget. And I think it's appropriate to speak to things that you're thinking about making adjustments to. And as soon as we have that resolution, we can then be requesting amendments from the city attorney's office. And I don't want to get too far into this process, but this is kind of coming attractions. This is how we're going to need to do this. And I'll have some more information for you very shortly. And again, I've had a couple of conversations about how this is going to work. And I'm just not quite ready to say, here's what the process is, but that's kind of how it's shaping out. So there's not really anything you could amend now.
Why do we preliminarily approve it then, if it's not really the official process?
We don't have to. I think it's, I guess my feeling was it would be a good exercise for us to say, on balance, we approve this, but we reserve the right to make some tweaks to it. And that's why I think it's appropriate for you to identify, hey, I want this $17,000 not to be here, but I want it to be here. And I think, we're going to have, depending on what you all want to do, there's going to be some issues about what can and can't be done, because and this is why I want this committee, after the budget hearings, to get more familiar with our different funds, our 70 different funds, and how they're structured, because it's going to matter, where the money's coming from, whether, for instance, if it's coming out of lodger's tax, as we just heard, lodger's tax is dedicated to particular uses. So if you want to take something that's funded with lodger's tax and move it over to, say, salaries, that's not going to work. And anyway, I think we don't have to approve these budgets. It has been our custom to approve them as they come in front of us. If you all don't want to do that, I'm fine with that. I just thought it might be good to at least have a conversation and say, hey, on balance, we're approving this, but we may want to make some tweaks. Here's some of the things we're thinking about.
Madam Chair, if I could add.
Sure.
To help in this discussion. It is our goal to get this budget approved. And I think that the 17.5 thousand, I wanted to know, and Director Osa can tell me if I'm going wrong. I will make sure that it is moved to tourism and that arts and
It's
culture.
not about moving. It was 17,500.
No, they're going to use the
for
money.
arts and culture to go to cultural programming, which is
That's-
what they are doing anyway. And then
Yes.
tourism covers whatever amounts were.
They won't lose the
needed.
17.5. I'm sorry, what I'm saying
Right.
is that I will assure that tourism can do something else with those events, and that arts and culture will use the 17.5 for other arts and culture funding besides those events. But I want to just confirm with Director Oster, if that's okay, that we do that unless there's some formal.
Well, and I guess the question is, where in the spreadsheets, where is it sitting right now? And is it something that has to be moved? And I think our budget people have to.
Yeah, Director Randall has 30,000 in a gap in his 270,000. So if we have to apply to that, that's fine. But I just wanted to, that we can resolve that today. The 55,000 is a different story. We might have to just wait until the fiscal year, but that would be easier to do.
Director Oster, can you provide any background on this?
Chair and members of the committee, I would look to the budget team to say if that funding can be reallocated in that manner. Because we're talking about lodgers tax proceeds and there's a statutory allocation of the funding, right? We're talking about moving it from one use to another. No, maybe I'm misunderstanding the proposal. Oh, great. Okay. Andy, you have any thoughts about this?
And maybe hold the phone. Councilwoman, can you clearly speak to, so the 17,500.
500 was supposed to go, they were, I mean, I would like them to tell us the right appropriate way, as in them, arts and culture staff, but it should really just go back into cultural programming, which is what lodgers tax covers. All of the 409,000 that they talked about is lodgers tax.
So, and if I can clarify, so you're talking about the 17,500 that's called out in the budget book on page 30, 10,000 for the summer bandstand and 7,500 for New Year's Eve, correct? And so what you're suggesting is that tourism will provide support for those two things. And then that would allow that money to stay in arts and culture and be used for arts and culture. And I guess the question is, Mr. Hopkins, can the lodgers tax pay for the 10,000 in summer bandstand and 7,500 in New Year's Eve events?
Madam Chair, Councilor Villarreal, it's kind of a complicated question because
Yep.
we cannot simply move 17,500 in lodgers tax allocation to tourism. There is an ordinance preventing that. So we cannot simply move the money from one department to another. Now, tourism and arts both can make the decision that instead of spending money on, say, advertising, we will spend the money on this cultural event or whatever. So, you know, within the individual departments, they can say, okay, well, I will, at the direction of the council, I will prioritize spending on this rather than that. And both departments could do that, but we cannot simply say 17,500 of arts is lodgers tax now belongs to tourism.
So so that's where what Director Brown is saying, which is I will handle this internally.
Yes.
With the appropriate funds. I guess the only thing that concerns me is that by direction of the council, you know, if we don't have a formal amendment, how do we direct that to happen? And this gets a little sticky, I think.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Counselor.
Andy, we're not talking about moving money. There's already 17,500 in arts and culture to provide the services for summer bandstand and for New Year's Eve event. We're asking that tourism cover that, which they have the funding in theirs, and that 17,500 stay in arts and culture.
Madam Chair, Councilor Rivera, yes, like I say, it's a question of what you're directing them to do. If you're directing Director Brown to say, you know, use this 17,900 or 500 within arts for a different purpose, and tourism, you know, rather than use that amount of money on advertising, use it for this purpose, then that would be fine. That would not run afoul of the legislature. I was just explaining, or of the legislation.
Right.
I was just explaining that if you are telling them to move the money from arts to tourism, that would be contrary to the ordinance.
Right. And to be clear, it's not legislation, it's the ordinance.
Correct.
So, okay, Director Oster.
Yeah, Chair and members of the committee, I just wanted to note that also, I think you will see these expenditures come back through probably on contracts, although maybe not with the amount being so small. But I think Director Brown is telling you that he'll ensure that these expenditures are paid out of tourism so that arts and culture can use this 17,500 for a different purpose. That seems to be the intent, right? Is these particular uses of the funds, you want them to be paid out of tourism rather than out of arts and culture.
And I guess my concern, so I think we're going to have to put a hold on this because I would like to talk with the city attorney about the best way to do this, because I don't know that we want to say, I mean, do we need to vote as a committee? Are we changing something? How do, if we're not really moving money as Andy's suggesting that we can't do anyway. So I think we're going to I need to get a little bit more information, but it's good to know that that is a concern that we would like to see addressed. And then the question becomes, how do we actually make that happen? And then as for the 55,000, what was that? That 55,000 wasn't budgeted, right? So that's the kind of thing that would come in a mid-year or in a, hey, our revenues are doing great. We're going to, and remind me, the 55,000 was for what?
Well, so there was actually a few things in land use that I'm not quite ready to fully let go of yet. One was the 55,000.
Or what was it?
Matching grant for MPO.
Thank you.
Allow them.
Oh, right.
Mhm.
Right. Okay. All right. If the will of the committee is not to approve this budget, even preliminarily, we don't have to. I'm also trying to make it easier so that when we get to the last day and we're approving the whole thing, we've kind of broken up the work and done it as we've gone along. And I think one of the big questions that's still out there, right, is how, when we get the resolution and we're able to do amendments, when will we do those? We won't have anything to amend in front of us until Monday. So, I'm thinking that maybe we take up on the last day. We have one day set aside to approve the whole budget, which initially I thought, oh, that's easy. Well, that'll take us 15 minutes and boom, we'll just approve it. But if we want to tinker with it, then that might be the day to consider each of the amendments. And I don't know how many there'll be, but if there are a few, we will have time to do that on that last day. And this is different than we've ever done. We're figuring out our process.
Madam Chair, back in the day, it was not I feel like we're making this more complicated than it needs to. We have a director that said, okay, we'll make that minor adjustments, only 17,000. Geez. The other thing is, like, in the past, we would have conversations and for the department, and we would approve amendments at that moment for the department. So I'm just letting you know, that's how we used to do it. And
I know. And then last year we had what I'll call a hiccup, and I don't want to have that hiccup again. And so we're trying to define some process, because the other thing is we may not have agreement on particular things that are suggested. Some of it may be benign and some of it may not be. And if we don't have a process to work it through, it's going to be a problem. So I don't know. What do you want to do? Do you want to preliminarily approve this budget, or knowing that, and then we'll get some more information about those two things? I mean, I don't think you can do anything with the 55,000 because it's not even the budget. The 17.5, I need to talk to the city attorney, I think, about how that works or would work. If we're not actually amending a budget because we can't move money from one place to another, in this instance, how would we tell the staff that this is what the council wants to see done?
And Madam Chair and Councilor Villarreal, if I can just clarify, this is a special case. There are
Right.
cases where,
Right.
Within general fund, for example, you can say, I want to spend money on A, not B.
Right.
Where some of us, or where I think some of the issue was last year that we ran into issues was there was discussion of the councils. We want to spend more money on A, and we had a balanced budget. So without and take it from B,
right,
we don't really have a clear direction to go with, and it's not really
right. And so that's another problem. So it's going to be each and every amendment that this committee or the broader counselor wants to make, it's very circumstantial. It depends, you know, and you're going to have, if you can move it around, if you don't have ordinances that say you can't, then, you know, then the question is, what's the process for how we do that? So.
And another piece is, this is just part of the council. There's other
Correct.
councils that, when will they then get to propose potential changes?
Counselor, this is why I told you I am not ready yet to tell
Right.
you exactly how the
Okay,
process
well, I'm
works.
looking forward to
Yes.
understanding your process.
But the
It's
thing,
very
it's-
confusing and
it's
it's really
now-
been difficult, the most difficult it's ever been in past years.
Well, I disagree with that characterization. I think what I'd like to do is be able to give you a set, this is how you do it. This is how we'll handle it. And I'm not quite there yet because of all the things you've just brought up.
Just a quick question, because
Yeah.
I want to break as well, so.
Yeah, we all do. You need more Cheetos.
$1 million for eviction prevention services, that's new money. And what we've been told is that not much of that was spent last year. So we're putting $1 million into a service that we don't know how much is going to be used. If we wanted to take 55,000 out of that and use it for the matching funds for the MPO, is that?
Yeah, and I think, why don't you address?
Madam Chair, the 100,000 in affordable housing is different than the 1 million in community services.
This is $1 million for eviction prevention services.
Correct, and that's in the community services budget. Let me get
Right.
the page number for you. So those are two different programs. As Alex Flad mentioned earlier, the program in affordable housing was designed to provide legal support for people facing eviction. The amount in community services is different. I'd like to confirm with Kira Ochoa and her team about specifically what that's being used for. Director Ladd mentioned that she thought it was going through the Connect program to
Okay.
provide direct assistance to folks facing eviction. I think it's confusing because the city is doing multiple things
Right.
to try to prevent people from being evicted, to, you know, keep folks in their homes. So I just really want to clarify that 100,000 that we were discussing earlier in affordable housing is different than the 1 million in the community service budget.
I think my point is, if you're showing new monies somewhere and we were told that there's new monies mixed in with just part of flat budgets, could we, if we found a place we could use that, could we use that?
So I think I don't know, well, I think Director Oster can speak to this. The only new money in the budget is the teen center, the MRA position, and
Madam Chair, the salary increases.
the salary
Proposed-
increases.
The funds.
Did I get them all?
for Salary increases. So, Madam Chair, I think maybe the characterization of this as new money might be where the confusion is. I think that, you know, when we're looking at the flat budgets, we wanted to allow directors the flexibility to reallocate funds within their own organization for different uses. So that's not new
So-
money. Overall, it's
Yeah.
the same pot of money. It's just being used on something different. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So, if we think of new money as additions or add-ons, that the only three additions are the teen center, the raises, and the MRA position, correct? Mr. Hopkins.
Madam Chair, that is correct. And I would also clarify, the eviction prevention money is currently in the FY 23 budget and was part of the original budget. So I don't really see in a definition of new money that.
Right, it's basically, it's part of this carryover idea.
It is, yeah, I think carry forward is a little bit confusing as well. I would say
Yeah,
it's recurring money.
yeah, or money, yeah, I don't know how we talk about that.
That
Yeah.
it may not be recurring in perpetuity, but it is recurring from the current year.
Well,
I would
and
also on that, make just one point on the eviction prevention money. It is actually sitting in the Human Services Fund, which is funded by a special allocation of GRT that was taken out of the state shared general fund GRT and allocated to human services, children and youth, and economic development. So
You can't move
saving-
that money.
Well, I would just say it's very complicated to
Yep.
do it without, running afoul of what council has previously determined that money should be used for.
Correct.
Um,
So
That's
that's
why
why I
it's-
think
this is
all of these, all of these amendments are, some of the information I think is going to have to be, you're going to have to make a request to the city attorney's office. They're going to have to talk with the budget people. They're going to have to tell you whether you can or can't move things from whatever source you're thinking of to wherever you're thinking of. So they, in some instances, they may not work. And then in addition, if you're going to, add money to a particular place, the budget is balanced. It is required to be balanced by law. And you'll have to identify where you want to take that money from. And then again, we go back to, can that money be used? And these are, again, I want to get us more fluent in all this stuff so that we understand it, and that'll be the work of the next year. But I am trying to help us with this year and the concerns. So I get the feeling maybe we don't want to approve this budget even preliminarily.
I don't know. I mean, do we need to approve everyone's preliminarily? I mean, why don't we just have this conversation and then we hear the next one? I don't get it. I don't get it.
Didn't you need to talk, sorry, Madam Chair, didn't you need to talk to the city attorney before we?
Well, there's nothing wrong with saying on balance, we're okay with it, but yeah, there are a couple things we may tweak. That's why I say preliminarily. But if that's, if that's a bridge too far, we just won't approve it, and we'll wait and approve the whole thing when we get there. Counselor Lindell, you're going to have to be at a mic because of YouTube.
I'm going to make a motion to give a preliminary approval to this budget.
Okay. Do we have a second? All right.
I'll give a second. There are things that I'm going to want to tweak. but
Right. That's why I'm
potentially
saying
look at
it's
tweaking.
preliminary. You're Mr. CM, you're at a mic. Did you want to say something?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to see what it was like down here.
And I know, Alexis and I have been having this conversation with the finance director. Alexis, I don't know if you had something you wanted to add to the complexity.
I would defer to the city manager.
Yeah, I just, very quick, Madam Chair, I think as a matter of deference, I would request the committee be willing to approve from a preliminary standpoint. I don't, if for no other reason than the fact historically, that's been what this committee has done. And so just in terms of continuity of government and history, we would appreciate that. And again, that does not remove any right from you, any of you, to choose to make amendments or changes to the budget as we go forward.
Correct. And I would agree with that because we're not approving the overall budget till the last day. So up until that, that moment. And then that also doesn't preclude amendments at the governing body meeting by other counselors.
Madam Chair, could I add one more?
Sure.
Thing just for context and clarity? A lot of what we're dealing with here, it's not a lack of desire on the part of staff, whether finance department, the city manager, the mayor, to fulfill the wishes of the council. What we're dealing with is ordinances that have been written in a specific way. And the council in the past has said, this dollar shall be allocated for this purpose.
Understood.
And so that's what we're running up.
I know, I understand completely. Okay. Other questions, dialogue? We have a motion and a second to preliminarily approve this budget. Except I want to go to Alexis Otero. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
I just wanted to say in very broad terms, the direction that went out to departments was, we want you to stay flat to the mid-year budget. Mid-year budget is higher than the original FY23 budget you approved last year. So it was a higher number. So when you're talking about new money versus what they're calling out and highlighting in their budget, it, as was stated earlier, there's only half dozen things in the budget that's actually new money. The direction they were given is as long, stay within your numbers, but you can move money around and put it where you think it needs to go. And then we asked them, and now tell us, or actually Mayor asked them, and tell us your story. what is this budget doing for you? So in very broad terms, that's the budget.
Mhm.
I just hope just that would help clarify some of these issues a little bit.
Thank you. I think that's helpful. Okay. Any other thoughts? Do we need a roll call? Sure.
Okay, thank you, Counselor Cassett,
Yes, and I'll take a brief vote explanation.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera,
No.
Counselor Villarreal,
Abstain.
Counselor Merriworth.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, and we have explained your vote, Counselor Cassett.
So I'm willing to preliminary on the whole. I'm okay with the vast majority of this budget. As mentioned before, there was a large discussion around land use. There are still some things that I feel I need to understand before I feel comfortable and ready with that budget. So just want to put everyone on notice that that is where I will be doing some explorations. Thank you.
Okay, we're adjourned and we'll see you all in 45 minutes.